Good morning, chat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is in the world for you. Good morning. Good morning, Midgard, and congratulations on your first. Good morning, Gall. Good morning, Ark. Good morning, Token. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are doing well. I am just sending over. I got 2 commissions done yesterday. For the same person, for Sierna. I closed VGen for some reason, or maybe I never had it open. Unsure which. Wrote out my tweet 30 minutes ago. Forgot to hit post. Yay, money. Then so I can move this over to complete. This one was for God, which one was this for? Vampire. Okay. Okay. Completed vampire ASMR audio. Okay. Then I go over to the vampire audio and I put the safe for work version. And the can rename this to final. Okay. And mark this is complete as well. Delivered. Boss ASMR audio with Super Rick Review. The vampire one was really interesting to work on because it was probably the easiest of the 3, as there wasn't as much like moving parts with it, because with like shorter audios, which like Sierras have always been like 8-9 minutes or so, and most of it is NSFW, with like the first 2 minutes or so being safer work, or like the build up, essentially the explanation as to what is happening. It means that there's like stuff happening all the time. But with the vampire one, it was interesting because there was like less to do overall, because there wasn't a whole lot going on in the environment. Like with the boss one, you know, had to add like ambience for both a city and an office environment, and walking, and like different office like you know, sounds like typing and stuff like that. Whereas the vampire one is just, it's rain and wind. Hey, Pedro. But weirdly enough, it's always the sounds that you think are going to be the easiest to find that are not somehow the easiest to find. Like, they wanted the sound of like bats, which, you know, to indicate that they had turned into a bat or that bats had been disrupted. And I feel like I hear that sound everywhere in like media like that, or, you know, Halloween media and stuff like that, but trying to find it, impossible. Couldn't find it anywhere. Okay, all the files have been uploaded to the Google Drive and the VGen. Work orders, I don't know what they're called, have been marked and as completed. Thank you. A reminder that if you don't... Hey, Harry! Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. I also put safer work previews about 1.5 or less minutes up as well. Reminder that if you have an image, if you do not plan to put these up on YouTube, or even the animation for an animated art piece. Just let me know. I think it was a pleasure working with you, as always. Okay. All right. Also, I discovered what was wrong with the Phantom audio yesterday. So, yesterday, this happened like a day or two ago. A day or two ago, I noticed that in my OBS, the audio, like, indicator, like, on OBS, I could probably just show it. Hold on. Yeah, like, oh, that's wrong. It's like an OBS down here. There's like the audio indicators of like what's going on, right? And usually, well, not on this screen, but in my other screen, like my gaming screen. Oh, well, that was stupid. That was stupid of me. But in the gaming screen, there's like, you know, it'll say game somewhere in here. And that very suddenly disappeared. And I was like, oh, did something break? And I was like, so I just thought that it had broken, right? So I added another input for the game specifically, for the game audio separately from the game, because you can add a game as a source, and then you can indicate it to capture the audio specifically from the source that you selected. So you don't have to have two different sources, for one for video and one for audio, which I prefer, because I always tend to forget to switch the game sound over sometimes. And it just disappeared. So I was like, oh, something must have bugged with that. There was a new version of OBS. Maybe something is wrong. So I just added another audio source and just went about my day. And then yesterday, I was playing Rogue Trader for about an hour before I realized I hadn't changed over the audio source. And I was like, man, you guys haven't been able to hear the game audio for like 2 hours and you didn't say anything? And Gull was like, I thought we could, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention. And I tried to listen to it in the VOD, but my game was so loud, I couldn't tell. So I was like, all right, whatever. Continue on with my day. Had some extra time yesterday after completing the 2 commissions, and I was like, all right, I'm going to take this time before things get away from me to grab a couple of clips that I thought were funny, and also to grab the sound bites from Kunrad saying, you're a good girl, and Marazai calling you a good pet, which are now available in the bit redeems, by the way. That's what I wanted to use those for. And I was listening to the Marazai because I wanted to clip it too, because my reactions usually are pretty funny. And I clipped it and I was like, this kind of sounds like it sounds like really low quality. It almost sounds like there are two versions of the audio playing one on top of the other. But I didn't think any further of it. I was just like, oh, maybe it just sounded bad that day. I don't know. I continued on with my life. And then I went into into DaVinci Resolve, which is my video editing software, which I needed to remember to close actually, just now. And I go into it, and there are 2 streams of audio. So I was correct. There was because I export or like I record with different layers of audio, so when I go to like do things, I can edit streams of audio separately if I need to like bring the game audio up or turn my volume down, or like it's not all just in one audio file, they're all separated. So I just muted one of the tracks and just grabbed one of them. And then it wasn't until this morning when I was laying in bed scrolling through Twitter, I was like, wait a minute. If there were 2 streams of audio, then that means that the game sound was working the entire time. And I can't see it on my OBS. Why is that? So I get into my OBS this morning, and I'm like, maybe somehow it's hidden. And it was. So for the last 2 days, you guys have been hearing double audio for the game and didn't realize it. Except for the hour or so this morning where it was correct. Until I, quote unquote, fixed it. So all I've learned essentially is that I can't rely on you guys for anything, because you don't pay attention to me anyway. Or I'm just like incredibly like audio sensitive and I'm the only one that notices these kinds of things. Which, to be fair, I think it's just fair. Nothing really, honestly. I'm just yapping. I think it's pretty fair to just like assume that if something sounds off or weird, if people notice it, they're like, oh, quality is just shit. It's fine. But no, I swear I actually do try to have good quality and stuff. And I did fix it, so that shouldn't happen anymore. It was hidden. It was my fault. And yeah, so basically yesterday, yeah, it just took us a while to get there. So yeah, yesterday I made lunch, which I don't remember what it was, so it couldn't have been that exciting. Oh, we had macaroni and cheese for lunch. That's right. So, made macaroni and cheese for lunch. Why is Celine small now? What? I'm not? Midgard, you see the weirdest things on my stream. My video on my screen just shrunk. Oh, I don't know. That I cannot control. Yeah, yesterday I made lunch, which I made macaroni and cheese, and then I did some commissions. I did both of Sierra's commissions yesterday, which they were so much fun. There's like only like parts of it that I'm like, because you can. I'm not a writer by any means, and I understand that like it's a little bit different for me because I tend to like realistic scenarios versus not realistic scenarios. So, but it's always funny to be like hear people say like actually say breed me unironically. But I love it. I think it's great, and she has such a great voice. It's just, it always makes me giggle when I'm like, I wouldn't have been able to say that if it were in a script that was given to me. I would be like, I'd be laughing. I wouldn't be able to do it seriously. So I accidentally sent my nudes to my boss ASMR. And, okay. And then trapped in like a vampire's lair, which was a very interesting like contrast. Mwah, 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 mwah. Because, you know, one of them was like super submissive and the other one was like very dominant, but like even her dominant wasn't that dominant, you know. It's like me trying to be a dom, you know. Good morning, Hidden. So yeah, it was very fun. Mwah. Kiss it a cat. And then I got the audio snippets for the new sound redeems. And I made chili for dinner, and it wasn't very good, but Gull thought that it was. I overcooked it. I needed to like simmer it on lower heat, but I just kind of left it on medium-high heat instead of turning it down like I should have. Oh yeah. And the other thing is that I think they accidentally gave us 2 packets of seasoning, and I just said fuck it and threw them both in. Because I was like, you can't have too much seasoning, right? Yes, you can. Because, like, there were 2... Yeah, they love giving you scallions. Scallions are their favorite thing to give you. There's scallions in every single recipe that they give you. It doesn't matter what it is. They always want you to put the green part of the scallion on top. And I'm just like... I don't know. I don't personally like it. I like the white part of the scallion, but the green part feels like I'm just eating leaves. It always feels weird to put the room temperature onion on top of the cold food. Because I am what? Weird? Oh, eating the leaf. Yeah. But you know how some herbs just kind of taste like leaves? That I feel like that with scallions is they don't have the oniony flavor of the white part of the scallion. They just taste like leaves. No, I do. I like salad and stuff. I don't like the leaf part on top of a hot meal, I guess. And I think also I just don't cut the green part of the scallion fine enough. I think I make them too thick. I think they're supposed to be a little bit more... No, the scallion was fine. I just don't particularly like the green part of the scallion. I love the white part of the scallion. I love onions. They're so good. Yeah. I think I'm just cutting them a little too thick because I get lazy by that point because the scallions are usually the last part that I chop. And by then I'm just like, I don't want to very finely chop this scallion. And then I woke up and I fixed the audio and... Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what HelloFresh does, is they essentially, like, so for yesterday...
Did you tell Chad about playing Harvest Moon?
No, I didn't. I forgot I even played Harvest Moon. Yeah, so what HelloFresh will do is they'll give you, like, a grocery bag or, like, a brown paper bag. And so, like, as an example, for the chili yesterday, they gave us 2 whole scallions, a whole jalapeno pepper, a whole tomato, and then a, like, can of black beans, a, like, 4-ounce or 8-ounce package of, like, raw ground turkey, and then, like, packets of, like, so there was, like, a tomato paste packet, 2 little packets of, I think, chicken concentrate. I think there was, like, 1 more sauce, and then, like a fast food restaurant size spice packet of Southwest spices. So they'll give you whole vegetables, and then their condiments or whatever, like, sauce, if you need, like, spices or sauces, will be in, like, individual serving size, like, packets. So they'll give you, like, a packet of, they'll give you, like, 2 to 4 packets of sour cream if you need sour cream for something, or 2 packets of, like, a squeeze tube of cream cheese that you might find at, like, I feel like the only place that you would find something like that would be at, like, a hotel breakfast. You know, just the little tubes that are, like, single bagels worth of cream cheese. They'll give you 2 of those. They're meant to be, like, the ingredients for 1 meal for 2 people inside of a bag. So they'll never give you more. Kind of cheap on the dairy. No, it's not that they're cheap on the dairy. It's that they're not giving you more than you need. You don't, you know, if a recipe calls for 4 tablespoons of sour cream, that is how much they're going to give you. They're not going to give you, because you're not supposed to have extra food. Yeah. That's the whole point of it, is that you have exactly what you need to make the recipe, and that's it. You don't have anything extra. Which works really well for us, because when I first moved here and I was trying to, like, determine how much food to buy for 2 people, I always over-ordered because it was so hard to figure out how quickly we would go through stuff. And I still do it sometimes, but, you know, I always think that we're going to eat more of a thing than we end up doing. Because I'm the type of person where I literally could just eat the same thing every single day for the rest of my life. Gull gets sick of things within, like, 2 or 3 days. So I always, like, felt like I needed to have a variety of things, but you can't buy meat in small quantities. They always want you to buy, like, 3 pounds of meat from the grocery store, and it's like... Yeah, I mean, well, I never really had a problem with that, because what I would do is when I would buy, like, 3 or 4 different meats, and then I would just stack them in the freezer, and I would pull out whatever was on top and be like, all right, this is the protein. What do I do with this? Lunch and breakfast were always the hardest things for me to do with you because you never know what you want for lunch. I hope it works. Yeah, I really like it because not only do I not have to think about dinner, I just grab a bag and be like, this is what I'm making. Oh, lunch is fucking impossible. It really is. Like, I hate having to make lunch. I almost wish that we could just also get Factor for lunch and then spend 25 bucks on but you don't like Factor, so we can't. And then just get like oh, you should eat. I know. I know you hated Factor. But I never want to make lunch. I just want to heat up something like really quick for lunch or like have a tuna wrap or something like that. Like I'm really easy. I like I I could eat a tuna wrap for lunch every day for the rest of my life, but Gull needs variety. I don't. Like I bought 10 packets of tuna like salad. The sun kissed or whatever. It's not sun kissed because that's what sunburst? Something like that. That is just like single serving packets of tuna. I'll just mix it with a little bit of mayo and put it in a tortilla, and that's my lunch, and I'm happy with it. Or like a Hot Pocket. I'm so easy for lunch. Yeah, Sunkiss is a drink, isn't it? Or is it Sunkiss? Yeah. Well, it's not metallic. It's actually like a pouch. Starkist. Yes, I knew it was something like that. Yeah, it's those ones. And they have the flavored tuna. I tried the buffalo one first. Oh, so good. I always think that it's going to be bad because it looks like cat food. And I'm like, this texture is going to be horrendous. Yeah, I've tried to get the Thai chili the 2 times I've tried to order it, and they're always sold out of it. I haven't gotten the Thai chili yet. I almost wanna, they have it 10 for $10. I kind of want to order another one tomorrow. Mwah. So that I can get some more. Yeah. Uh-huh. But no, like I could just do that. Like get a loaf of bread and tuna packets or tuna like cans and just have a tuna melt for lunch every single day, and I'm fine with that. Or like the really cheap like microwavable trays. I'm easy. I don't even bother to put cheese on it sometimes. It's not good to eat tuna on the daily. Nah, I don't care. It's not good for you to do a lot of things. Everything's gonna kill you, alright? I'm here for a good time, not a long time, and I don't... Has it... Oh, well, yeah, if it's a tuna melt, I guess, but, like, I meant... Yeah, sorry. If it's a melt, yes, it has cheese. But, like, sometimes I just throw the tuna inside of a, like, tortilla wrap, like a tortilla shell, and just eat it like a quesadilla, just like that. And that I won't put cheese in that because it will be cold. And I don't want cold cheese with my cold tuna, but I want hot cheese with my hot tuna. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. The melts have cheese. Yes. Yes. I agree. Right. I think I've yapped enough. Sufficient yapping. Here I am. Hello. Hey, it's okay to be passionate. 3 cans of light tuna or 1 can of albacore is about as much mercury as your body can safely process in a week. Well, I guess I'm dying from mercury poisoning. If it's not the mercury, it's gonna be the microplastics in my breakfast because I don't take them out of the plastic rack when I heat them up. You know, it's gonna be something. Or the microwaves are gonna give me, you know, fucking cancer in my brain. It's always gonna be something. Oh no! No, never mind. I'll never eat tuna again. Can't have the werewolves be nervous. Oh, that sounds good, Ari. I do like to put either onion or like, you know, something. I do like onions or like jalapenos or something to give it a little bit of crunch. If I'm feeling extra fancy, most of the time I'm not. We used to love to put celery, but... Yeah. The microwaves from my phone or whatever it is that boomers believe. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm probably gonna get it from microwaves too. Ooh, yeah. I usually just put tuna cheese, maybe some hot sauce for some spice. But yeah, if I'm feeling fancy, I do like to put something crunchy. Ooh, I hate sweet pickles. Dill pickle only. Oh my god, I didn't want to go to the bridge. I wanted to go here. Did I talk to everybody on the bridge? One-way road. Did I ever look this up and figure out what this was about? Oh my god, help. One-way road, rogue trader. Let's see. What is this called? One-way road. Okay, so it was the abandoned palace, so I did do that. It just doesn't mark itself as complete. So annoying. Yeah. Okay, so this is finished and this is finished. It's just not marked as finished. Annoyingly. Troubling news arrived from Janice, your ladyship. While digging an irrigation ditch, the workers found a xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was discovered... It was delivered to a It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It is also like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. Well, we're going to be playing Minecraft tomorrow, so you can join us then if you like. The only people who visit the blah, blah, blah. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The Adeptus Mechanicus recommended we fence off the afflicted areas. According to their hypothesis, this anomaly is the world's attempt at self-recovery, and therefore should be studied, not interrupted. What exactly is happening there? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungles, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. How are the wretches involved? We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen appointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. What is your blah blah blah? The nature of Janus is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that Janus harbors specialists that are not only experts in controlling life, but on destroying it as well. Even though reports from the Magos Biologus Capella make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, I have no doubt that they do possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. The sickly creatures know more about this persistent growth than we do, something we must amend quickly. We could catch some mutants and can't force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we are dealing with. Works for me. I'm sending specialists to Janus capable of forcing compliance. The afflicted region has been isolated. Soon after the quarantine, one of the escaped wretches emerged from the jungle and handed the wardens who met him a parcel with some kind of Xeno artifact and a message: accept the gifts and leave the world in peace. The wretch was thoroughly interrogated, and so were dozens of other captive mutants. What little they were able to tell us was of no significant value. Most of it was nonsensical peasant superstition, although all the wretches as one claimed that if the afflicted region were left alone, it would not expand. This assertion was soon confirmed, and the neighboring agri complexes soon resumed normal operation. Okay. Seeker of the Weak, all enemies suffering from... I don't care about that. And I don't really care about that. But what will I get? Any of these bring me people. I need people. Okay, well, I might as well take this one then, because it gives me more things. I bring woeful news, Lord Captain. Perilet Hectarchius of the Order of the Hammer has passed away. Immediately after the launch of the orbital Voxspire, he entered the halls of recording, and having sat on the command throne, was granted a vision. For over 3 days, Perilet Hectarchius preached about Saint Cognatius being reincarnated in the body made from the saint's own holy relics. Their spiritual feat depleted Prelate Hectarchius's strength, and he peacefully departed from the Emperor's throne shortly after the sermon's conclusion. The Order's elders believe this to be a sign that St. Cognatius's relics, currently stored on the planet throughout the expanse, must be brought together. The Order is preparing for an election of a new prelate, under whose guidance it will undertake a holy mission. The majority of the votes are divided between Prioress Lugnalia, well known for her fervor, and the merciful Cellarer Tygon. The minority of the Order sees the Icononom... Oh my god. Nicomas, a humble and reasonable man, as their prelate. Does the death not strike you as odd? I'm afraid it does not. The esteemed Hector began his service as a battle missionary, and has long grown weary of the peaceful life befitting a man of his status. He yearned for a worthy spiritual feat, and when presented with the chance to serve as the voice of a saint, he gave what little strength remained. When he died, he was exhausted, but content. How does the Order intend to carry out St. Cognatius's mission? The conclaves aim to procure all the relics that once belonged to St. Cognatius, all that can possibly be procured. Given that the saint is a legendary figure, many items in the Coronis Expanse have an alleged connection to him. However, it seems unlikely that any of the relics' owners will be eager to part with them. The answer to this question of how the Order of the Hammer is going to retrieve them depends on the identity of the next protectorate. I wish to know more about the candidates. Prioress Lugnalia was converted by Hectarchius on one of the heathen worlds. She then served as his bodyguard for many years and eventually became the protector of the Order's reliquary and the leader of its military branch. As for Brother Tychon, he is an aristocrat by birth. He had an excellent education and could have lived in luxury had he not renounced secular life for the sake of ascetic vows. He is intelligent, thoughtful, well-read, and most importantly, genuinely merciful. Few things can be said about the Oikonomos Nigmus. He has never been famous for his prowess in battle or his sermons, but the monastery has never wanted for anything on his watch. He is the most reasonable and unobtrusive individual. What do my companions say? I have sympathy for Prioress Lugnalia. Let her meet with Reverend Hieronymus on footfall. Should he accept her as a worthy leader, we ought to support her. A careful and sensible oikonomist sounds like a safer bet to me than a fanatic or a clever aristocrat. The voices say he has a few paltry secrets, and knowledge of those secrets guarantees his loyalty. Brother Tychon, he and I have met back when he was called Tychon Drivestem. Ugh. I don't want him to be in charge. I was like, oh, yeah, the brother sounds great. But not... He wasn't a monk back then. He was a grandson and heir to Urband, governor of Dargonus. An honorable young man with a spark in his eyes. His ascension would mean much for the Drivestems. I don't get anything from this. Alright, but I do want to do with that, so... Will do. I bet Urband never thought the boy would be of my... Oh my god. I bet Urband never thought the boy would be of any use to the family. Now we will have to endure a decade of him boasting about the Drivestem blood that always strives for great heights. Brother Tychon has been chosen as the prelate of the Order of the Hammer. Peaceful emissaries depart from Foulstone for many planets to form alliances and reinforce spiritual ties with the holders of St. Cognatius's relics. This diplomatic mission will undoubtedly require sizable financial support. House Drivestem has been informed of the honor granted to their family and has humbly requested to cover all expenses related to Prelate Tychon's endeavors. Well, that's nice. People. Never have people. Wasn't this the one that I wanted? No, I can't have that one. Yeah, you guys are awesome. I need weapons or people. I have neither. No people. Never people. People? Finally. I need people. Could have been easy. Okay, unidentified anomaly. Nice? No, people. Unidentified, please. The endless canvas, my god. The endless canvas of the cosmic void is interrupted by what looks like a bottomless hole. Sight cannot pierce it. No stars, no planets, no cosmic dust. There is only total darkness. The Augur team has failed to glean any information about the anomaly, and under the influences of a mysterious force, the void ship is slowly drawn to the heart of the darkness. The officers on the bridge worriedly look up from their cogitators. The machine's screens turn on and off chaotically, not obeying any of their operators' commands. The walls of the bridge, the crew silhouettes, and the ship's holy machines tremble and stretch out before your eyes like rubber bands. Alerts of malfunctioning cogitators and maddened chronographs come in from every deck, as do reports of indescribable hallucinations gripping the crew. While the tech priests are trying to placates the machine spirits, Helmsman's Ravor reports that the situation is bad. Navigational systems are barely functional, and the invisible force is getting stronger and accelerating, ceaselessly dragging the vessel into its dark bosom. There is little time, and the Lord Captain must decide: leave at the dangerous place or give into the force and study the anomaly from within. Determine if the archives contain data on any such anomalies. A few operators manage to ring a minute amount. Oh my god. Hey, Mr. Piebean. If you operators manage to wring a minute amount of useful information out of the archive, such anomalies are extremely rare, randomly appearing gravitational wells which connect different points in space. Where such a well leads is impossible to predict. Direct the vessel to the center of the anomaly. The closer the vessel gets to the black hole, the faster it is pulled in. Thousands of people on every deck are gripped by panic. Their bodies are turning into thin, twisting threads, fraying and tearing into pieces, exposing veins, bones, and internal organs. Falling apart into screws, plates, and bolts, the tech priests continue to offer relentless prayers to the machine spirits, but their binaric chants melt into the endless screams and cries for help. Finally, the void ship jumps into the cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. Oh, did we end up somewhere else? What's this? Did I ever go here? The former Recaliger colony greets you with vox silence. It would seem the ship has been deserted in the time you have been gone. Order the crew to dismantle the vessel down to the last cog. The workers and servitors hastily flood the empty decks. Your people will need time to fully dismember the old ship, but until then, this forgotten chunk of metal belongs to the Von Valencian dynasty. Where did we end up? Pretty far away, but thankfully we really didn't have to do anything except for over here. So I suppose we could make our jumps this way. Lord Captain, the Astropathic Choir has received word about a pirate fleet that is preparing to attack one of our richest extractiums. I believe it's the thugs of the elusive Contempt again. Their next target is one of the planets in the silence of Mare Segret. Okay, and where is that? God, it's all the way over there. It's gonna take me forever to get there. Actually, that's not true. Wait, do I not have a thing to here? Oh, I'm not there. Sorry. In the middle of a warp jump, our sensors detected an approaching void ship similar in size to ours, but greater tonnage. The unidentified vessel did not respond to our hails and kept its course, approaching us at high speed. Try to avoid. The unplanned maneuver was completed without any casualties or damage. The unidentified vessel, or perhaps it was a warp mirage, passed us by and made no attempt to follow us. Weird. To battle! 4 armsmen. Hey, Bravo Bell. No. She's bugged for some reason. I can still bring her to some missions, but she just lies prone on the ground because she's dead. Or, well, maybe she's still alive. I gave her to Heinrichs, because I promised. Works for me. I think he's interrogating her. I don't really know what they do. I don't have any room to question, you know, because... you know. Maybe. What else are you good at? You have to be good at something, right? Okay, I can actually do this one. Ulfar. I believe we're on number 8. We're on number 9. Athletics. And flesh wounds. And Marzai. What is with giving people Medicae? And Cataclysm. And then Tactician. Oh, I also need to do her last level. So Comfort and Conformity. And Persuasion. For some reason. I'm the persuasive one. Combat Meditation. I really am what?
Your demise is assured.
Oh, I see. Let's go, Avalard.
inevitable anguish. Don't distract me. With grace and a pathetic attempt.
Alright, sorry, 1 second. I need to push out another finished commission. Oh gosh. Let's see. Where are you, Heinrichs? There you are. You can't move. Why is that?
Let's see to it.
Oh, nothing could touch me from there? That's weird. Well, I guess I can buff myself. I don't know why he can't move. Must be some debuff. Don't kill yourself, please.
Vengeance will
Fair
be
enough.
swift. For the throne's glory.
Don't kill yourself, please.
More trouble than it's worth.
High momentum.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh, it lived.
If I may, as duty demands. Me, if you insist, Lord, painted black.
No, I've completed combats without him before. And he doesn't, like, stay dead or anything.
Through
It's just a mild annoyance.
one step closer. I need no guidance.
No. No permadeath.
Everyone step aside. Let's see to it. Be gone. I feel the power surging. The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it.
High momentum.
But of course, holy terror, smite your enemies.
Oh my god, these things are unkillable.
To use. Alas,
That's so annoying.
the Inquisition sends their regards. Naturally.
I'm pissed. Oh, yeah. It's not a... I mean, there might be a harder difficulty where they like, perma-die, but not in, like, normal. I didn't need to do that, but I did it anyway.
So it shall be. I'm done with this one. At your beck and call. Someone else can do this. One fewer target.
Okay, so... Nice.
It is hand. It would be beneath me to even attempt it. And why would I do that? No, I don't
Guess I
think so.
fucking told you to.
I will mark my path with ruin! I yearn for agony. Behold! Perfect killing strike! Oblivion approaches. Watch. What a useless plaything! Broken already? Bill. With grace and manner, and unpaid.
Alright. Quite enough of that.
The world will bow.
Back to the map, please. Alright. Xeno skirmish. I think I need to, like, get here quickly, though. I don't know if it's time sensitive or not. The elusive Contempt's captain contacts you. You can hear notes of disdain and mockery in his voice. Playtime is over, and he's sure he's going to come out on top. After the rogue trader's death, the Von Valencia's protectorate will become his playground, where he'll claim plenty of booty where someone dares hunting him again. The bridge officers report the elusive Contempt is preparing for battle. It's time for the elusive Contempt to pay for its insolence. To battle!
The void calls. The war beckons.
Oh, I'm damaged. I didn't even realize. Oh my god, that thing is huge! Ah. Ooh, there might still be a chance for me to ram! I'm absolutely gonna take so much damage from it, though. And I'm not gonna do that much damage, but I must. Bam!
Let the incandescent beam scorch our enemies. Let destruction pour forth. Unleash our wrath upon my enemies.
I feel like that did anything. Mid-game? I can't be mid-game. Don't say these things. I've been playing for 100 hours. No. Yeah. Okay,
Let destruction pour forth. Unleash the storm of macro cannons.
I don't think I'm getting
Cold void.
anything else in.
Let the Empyrean guide us. Chart a course. Eviscerate them.
It survived on 1 health. What the fuck?
Unleash torment.
Um, I'm gonna put it here with the hopes that Heinrichs can do his little ability. He can. Boom. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Oh, there's a chance.
Emblazon our path.
Boom! We
Send them into the
ram.
cold void.
It's all I ever want to do.
Macro cannons. Annihilate them.
I am. I love it so much. What do you mean? Okay. Smash!
Eviscerate them.
Oh, is... Why did that happen? Hmm.
Let the incandescent beam scorch our enemies.
Get
Unleash the
fucked.
storm of macro cannons.
I no longer have to deal with you.
Torpedoes, now!
Um... Oh, that didn't do anything. Okay. My bad.
Send them into the cold void. Let destruction pour forth. Chart a course. Let the incandescent beam scorch our enemies.
Yay!
Empyrean, take this sacrifice.
We did it, you annoying little shit. Quit bugging me. Yoink. Lord Captain, we've received a Vox... wait, no, that's not the Voxmaster. Lord Captain, we've received a Vox message from the rescued vessel. The ship's command sends their inordinate thanks for your assistance and reports that a shuttle's been dispatched to deliver something to our ship. It seems the captain has decided to personally thank you for saving his hide. As soon as the transfer takes place, the ship will depart the system. I imagine they're worried about the integrity of their hull-riddled bucket and want to get as far away from this perilous system as they can. Yay! Alright. Sorry, I'm just finishing out this. Final delivery. Hello, Adora. ASMR. Right. Got all those sent out. I was just finishing up because the video was taking forever to upload on VGen. It always does. Alright, so got that finished. That one is done, and that one is done. So the last one I was doing was on our way all the way up here. Alright. Oh, I should check to see. Yes. Your ladyship, Janice is reporting about a disaster. Ghostly Xenos figures that appear at dusk and go away at dawn. In a ravenous swarm, they attack one agricultural facility each night, freezing everything they touch. The attacks take place in the complexes closest to the uncontrolled sector of the planet, where nature itself is turned against us. Fortunately, not too many facilities were damaged. Our irreconcilable struggle has moved the borders of the affected sector. The important production lines have survived. What do we know about these wraiths? Not much. They are incorporeal and difficult to discern, but they happen to have Eldari features. The spirits draw the warmth out of humans, plants, and inanimate objects, but it seems they do not hunt consciously. But rather, they simply do not notice anything in their way. At dawn, they dissolve into mist. The race also differ among themselves. Some are as dark as the void, and others shine like the stars of the night sky. Have a good one, Token. What is spawning these rapes? Is it the corrupted sector? It is likely. They gather at its borders at the break of dawn and whirl in a wild dance, howling and destroying all living things, then disperse into thousands of fading flashes. The agricultural facilities that happen to be in the way of their dance fall into disrepair. Something is not right. The raids appear on the planet's outskirts and rush toward the heart of the contaminated region instead of invading from within it. Furthermore, their differences may suggest that there are two groups of wraiths opposing each other. What think my advisors? After some of the events that had taken place on the ship, I got interested in ghosts. While on footfall, I bought a book, an illegal one, of course, that describes a so-called ritual of silence. It is said to be able to pacify violent spirits on the scale of an entire world, but I cannot vouch for the safety of the ritual. Instead of relying on the wicked ways to solve these problems, it would be better to turn to our good priests. There are skilled exorcists in the ecclesiarchy who know how to drive out dark spirits. Strange shard or complacency. I can do with less security because that's what I currently have right now. Alright, Adira, I'm ready to try a dark ritual for sure. I'm an idiot. I hope this will not beget more serious problems. Let us take our chances. At the appointed time, dozens of psychers around Janus started a ritual known as the Ritual of Silence. It surprisingly did not cause any sort of catastrophe, visible to the naked eye at least. An invisible force pushed the wraiths away from the man-made structures, stopped their horrifying dance, and shielded the Lord Captain's subjects from the rampage of the Xenos. Now something went right for once. We love it. Payments in organs. No, I can't lose people. Ooh, but I will get people. Profit factor. That's fine, because I get 3 profit factor from this. We need people. Lord Captain, there's been a tragedy on Dargonis. Governor Drivestem has been dedicated most of his time to restoring the Atropathic Choir lost to the warp storms, but the psychers he assembled was struck by an unknown assault. They heard something, and it has cast them into madness. The astropaths have lost sleep, clawed at their own skin to the flesh, muttered gibberish, and now they've gone completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are upholding the connection to Dargonis. More people. I need more people. But how long will they last? Where did the former astropaths come from, and can we get more of them? I've received complaints that the Governor Drivestem has devastated the minor astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. To take more people from these choirs would mean depriving themselves of the connections with other worlds. We could try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous. We can try getting by with the resources that are already available to us, seek out the unsanctioned astropaths who train those psi-active citizens of the Protectorate displaying promise, a most regrettable violation of his laws caused by our grave situation. What is the cause of this affliction? Who knows? The schemes of heretics from the cult of the final dawn, the treacherous magic of the Xenos? Perhaps it was a planned diversion, or maybe it was a random echo in the immaterium. What say my advisors? Where can we attain a new choir? The astropods are among the most finely trained specialists in the Imperium, who behold the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the Rogue Creator to recruit only sanctioned psychos who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If there is not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Your ladyship, Lady Theodora, not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet Liara, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. There we are sheltered from raids, educated and respected. Of course, it is all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which ruler to contact. Perhaps the von Valencia's family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a more educated group of astropods rather than some criminal rabble. Witch collector. Yeah, but what does it do? Okay. Security, Disciple of the Damned, or Psychic Ward. Alright. You will get your astropods. The Von Valencius dynasty is too important for us to just turn a blind eye to it in its time of need. A wave of armed skirmishers and detentions swept across the expanse. The ships carrying these powerful captives have brought the new astropathic choir to Dargonis. Even the most influential could not resist the fearsome agents of the Inquisition, who had requested the ruler's valuable servants to meet the needs of the Von Valencius dynasty. The tragic pestilence of the astropaths has not appeared again, but all of them have been reported hearing strange whispers ever since their first day on the planet. Interesting. Huh. People. We love people. No, no people. No take people. Only give people. We need weapons. People. None of these give me weapons. I mean, I guess we can just do this. Hello? Can I? Am I dumb? Oh, is it from here that I jumped? No. Why can't... Oh, it's because I'm not there. Oh my gosh, so annoying. Oh my god, what do you guys want now? More people. I don't even know where that fucking planet is. I need to go to... Bellstone, Janice. Are you all the way over here? No, that's Kiabigama. Targonis? Okay, you're up there. Well, I'm heading that way anyway. I think. I don't really know where I'm going. Okay. Jump, jump, jump. The Drukhari deliver precision strikes to the colony, tormenting its terrorized inhabitants. Offer a bounty for every Xenos head. After exorbitant losses, the people deliver a dozen heads. The Drukhari lose interest and leave the system. I need weapons. Hold on. Let me look at my contracts. I might have gotten something new. Oh my god. That's insane. How about no? I don't lose that amount of profit factor, right? Hold on, I'm gonna save and see, because it seems like it will take that. Because it's a contract. No, it doesn't. Okay. I was about to say, geez. Okay, that did take that, though. Yeah, I know. Like, what would you do? Oh, I also need to heal myself. Where was that one system that we jumped to? Oh, yeah. To battle. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. to fight. I'm here to fight.
Embrace true power. I fear you not, for I am fear incarnate.
Alright, Heinrichs here. Ow.
It would be beneath me to even attempt it. Behold. No.
He cartwheel. I've always found that animation so funny for no reason.
Is on the hunt. Wolf's Raid. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father. See how the wolf succeeds. Cubs play. Out of your bones. Wolf's Raid. Get me a target. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
I'm so sad for you, Heinrichs. Ow. Oh. Replace that with like 70. and you are correct.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Whack.
At your beck and call.
Oh, my cover is gone. Wait. Oh, that's Cassian, not me. Okay.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Oh, thanks.
I am a navigator. Another bird painted black.
Really would like to not hit you. If I can.
Isn't this a job for the...
Just a minor setback.
What? Marzai? Why did your turn end?
So shall it be.
Oh, I guess that guy still counts as being in melee.
Foes reek of cowardice. See how the wolf succeeds. Cubs play. My instincts tell me to refuse.
Naturally. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Nothing stands against me. I'll see our foes obliterated. We got high momentum. But of course, not sanctioned to do this. Naturally. Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due. Everyone, step aside. I won't object.
My place is at the fort. Indeed. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Purpose guides me. Ruin beckons. One step closer. Purpose guides me.
I need a foothold.
I need no guidance.
Be gone.
Destiny.
But of
Reshape.
course,
High momentum.
naturally. I'm done with this one. I'll put my psychic abilities to use for the throne. Your reckoning is due. I won't do that. More trouble than it's worth.
As always, Hyrix is a beast.
I tread a path unexplored.
Alright. Ooh, I can turn a new horse. Well, I didn't gain anything, but... Lord Captain, we've arrived in Patan 4 system. Our translation from the warp was a little rough, a net loss of about 500 souls on the middle and service decks. And God Emperor only knows how many wounded. But that's only the half of it. The brain boxes on the augers are sending me reports that they ain't doing my mood any favors. Real space here's got some holes than got more holes than a sieve, and all our sensors are playing up. It's gotta be sorcery, Lord Captain. If I was you, Lord Captain, I'd do what I came here to do, right sharpish and clear out while we still can. I've seen the likes of this before in this same region. Maybe our sorcerers will be able to explain it better, but here's what I know. Shit like this never ends well. Don't worry, I'll do whatever I need to do last. The surface of the star shimmers with a myriad of hues. The dance of colors fascinates any who dare glance at it. The playful colored patterns appear on the vessel's augers in a wide variety of spectra, from infrared to ultraviolet. Every voidsman knows that such emissions are dangerous to organic matter, and Master Helmsman Ravor asks the crew to resist the desire to admire the star. Not everyone manages to follow this advice, and some crew members suffer from nausea and headaches. I'm gonna leave it as is. Oh, well, I fucked up. Heinrich von Kaelig spends as little time as possible in any area exposed to the star. Not knowing what exactly it is, the interrogator considers this light an unholy entity and advises everyone to stay away from it. Well, I didn't know that. Snow World. All right, ships.
Stars tremble, Empyrean awakens.
Bloodied Claw. Don't get too close to me, I'll ram you. Oh, I'm just not. I'm just out of range of the sage.
Let the Empyrean guide us. Unleash the storm of macro cannons. Eviscerate them.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to fix whatever's going on that...
Let the incandescent beam scorch our enemies.
is making it weird.
Send their souls to the void.
That people can't use their abilities because people like aren't in their spots. Can I do it from here? No. Oh. Okay, I can't do it right now. But yeah, they're not like marked in their spots. Hello? Can I...
Eviscerate them.
See you later.
Emblazon our path.
Oh. Oh, wow. That's unfortunate. Alright. Where is I? Okay, you're all the way over there and you're over here. Alright, I just have to hope that...
Let the Empyrean guide us. Send them into the cold void.
I have to hope that you can just handle your shit over there. Oh my god, it can't handle its own shit.
I reign supreme.
You gotta do it from across the world. Upgrade! Hey, Ercy! You did it! You have to fucking put people in their posts, like... Right. Sure. Sure. I mean, I'm never gonna use either of those abilities, so...
Do
Well.
not turn your foul gaze upon me, or I will cut out your cursed eye myself.
Be nice to her.
You are a black blotch. My gaze is helplessly drawn toward you as to a grisly disaster. I want to look away, but the distortion of your soul is both frightening and mesmerizing.
My god, Cassia. Stop trying to sleep with my boyfriends. The powerful smell of promethium lingers in the air around the burning mechanism. The machines were doused with the accelerant and set alight. Interesting. The spikes have been fashioned from whatever their creators had to hand. This pitiful barricade is unlikely to stop anyone who is determined to get through, though. Oh, hello. The sentry rubs her eyes and gawps at you. One half of her face is covered with a bulky, rusty augment of unknown purpose. You came to rescue us. Praise the God Emperor, it reached you. The sorcerer's message reached others like him. May he rest in peace. We're most honored by your presence. Please come forward quickly out of the darkness. The woman hurriedly checks a nearby lumen, her hands visibly shaking. Those creatures come from the dark, you see. And not for much longer. Not for much longer. And now you're here. The Mistress Lichtenhardt has already found a way to help us. Heinrich durely listens to the sentry's speech. He takes a few steps forward and intently peers at her face as the woman herself freezes in fear. Then Heinrich scowls and cuts a glance at you. We need to hurry. Even under the wavering lumens, you notice something strange. The slightly skewed proportions, the almost indiscernibly asymmetry of her facial features. Looking at the other sentries, you see the same oddity in their faces too, and the fact that they are all wearing the same strange ramshackle implements, which clearly are not cosmic admetics. Heinrich meets your eyes. Noticed, have you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could be a local genetic anomaly. Could be something else. We can't say anything for sure yet. What's happening to the planet? It's terrible, my lady. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been, what? How long's it been? A few months, probably? A few months of being plagued by these sorcerous beasts. As soon as night fell, they came, creeping right out of the shadows, black as soot. There's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch. And even with that, the creatures drag us off ones and twos and the second we drop our guard. Heinrich furrows his eyes. Sorcerous creatures from the shadows. Could they be demons? That would explain the presence of the warp anomalies in the system. A local breach? Marizai lets out a vicious laugh. I would not be surprised if this monkey was speaking of mandrakes. They come from the shadows, as black as Vex's soul, as savage as an enraged Urgol. It is strange that your kin are still alive, Celine. The mandrakes must be prolonging their own pleasure by terrorizing Monkey again and again. What a stroke of luck. It seems we've already found who we're looking for. You mean Mistress Lichtenhardt, my lady? We wouldn't have survived without her. It just so happened that she was here at a local excavation when the monsters started appearing. We've been losing contact with the other sites on the planet since then, like candles being snuffed out one after another. The rest of them must have all perished, but we're still holding on. They do not appear to be very sturdy. Please, my lady. The sentry is on the verge of tears. Do you think we were trained guardsmen? We're from an expedition convoy. We've lived here for generations, and up to now, the God Emperor has guarded us from misfortune. But now we have to fight. The survivors are all gathered in the tunnel. We've handed out what weapons we have, but how is that supposed to help us against these butchers when we don't even know how to use our weapons? You mentioned an expedition. Yes, about 30 years back. We were brought here with a load of clever people from some high-up Adeptus something or other. And we've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 kids here. 2 died at the excavation, 1 was taken by the monsters, but my youngest is still alive. Excavations. Perhaps the expedition, or rather its objectives, were what Amelina was interested in. Of course, the easiest option would be to ask her directly. The interrogator shoots you a pointed, impatient look. I wish to see Amelina Lichtenhardt. Mistress Lichtenhardt is inside, in the pit. You go on. Don't be afraid. She'll be there to properly greet you. We'll stand guard. Thanks be to the Emperor for delivering you to us.
Intriguing.
A giant gate barring the way to the excavation site.
Triumphant as always.
As always. The vanquished combat machine obviously fell from a height. Too much time has passed now to determine the cause of the crash. And I've surveyed everything. Okay. Then let's go inside. And see what's what. That chill. Where's it coming from? The creatures, they're coming. Weapons ready and God Emperor preserve us. we've been ambushed. And they are mandrakes. Well, I was gonna try to protect the Overseer, but...
Death to the heretics!
Slow and painful is the way.
A euphoria of anguish! And why would I do that?
Because I told you to.
With grace and malice. It is handled.
If I may. Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Don't frighten me.
What a rush!
Oh, I did kind of voice them correctly. That's fun.
Wolves rage. So it shall be. I will carve runes out of your bones.
There's a chance I kill him with this kick.
Wolves die in
Nice.
disgrace.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty. I'm not interested. At your beck and call.
What? I taunted you, you jerk.
Choking me.
I will triumph. One step closer. Purpose guides me.
Get me a target. I won't object to it. Nothing stands against me. I'm done with this one.
Oh, I should have stepped there, actually. That is a good point. Me?
Whispers, guide my hand!
Let's see to it. But of course. I won't object to it. The Inquisition sends their regards.
Is there a reason why you're not dying?
Holy terror, smite your enemies. Nothing stands against me.
Ruin beckons.
I can't stand it.
I didn't even realize that one was still alive.
Naturally, the Inquisition sends their regards. Your reckoning is due.
What?
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. I won't object to it. The Emperor is on our side. I'm done with this one.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Unexpected result.
What the fuck is this?
It's a vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
I love making bad decisions. This altar would be unremarkable if not for the uncanny sound streaming from its built-in speakers. What once was a vox recording of a liturgical service is now a malevolent parody of the noble faith.
Powers unseen cover my path.
What did you see? I didn't... Am I dumb? What did you see? There's nothing in that room.
Let's seize the opportunity. Ruinous favor prevails.
Taunting Scream targets do not need to fail the willpower test to be affected by this ability. Oh, that's fun. Whenever the wearer is targeted by an opportunity attack... I don't really need that, but I will take that and I'll give that to Abelard. We love Taunting Scream. That's fun. Alright, well...
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Strange debris are scattered across the table's surface, all of it. The broken pieces of pottery, the inscribed tablets, the blades with the fanciful designs. It's clearly the work of primitive craftspeople. Because I can't understand it. Primitive... The powerful smell, yeah, they accelerate, they lit the things on fire.
I tread a path unexplored.
A conveyor belt littered with a mixture of stone chippings and fragments of human-made items. The rust on the mechanical components indicate that this machine has stood idle for a very long time. Boxes stuffed full of shards of pottery, metal, and other discarded human-made objects covered in a layer of soil. The well goes so deep you cannot see the bottom. The walls of the shaft reveal the marks of the machinery that drilled through the rock, as well as fragments of the ancient sunken city. Of an ancient sunken city.
Embrace true power.
The stooped figure draws back the hood of the grimy robe, revealing the emaciated face of a woman. Her skin is stretched taut over her skull in sickening protruding augmentations, and her cheek is marred with several open wounds. She looks at you with a feverish gleam in her eyes. The visual description matches Interrogator Van Caelix. The sage blinks several times and her head twitches. You made it here, after all. So this is the burnt pet's owner. Perhaps we should inform her about the fate of her prized follower. Heinrich's usual mask of stoicism is melted away without a trace. He stares around him in disguised dismay. Emelina? What is this? You're performing the Archenemy's rituals, but no. Stop. Right now. Not another move unless I tell you. The sage draws herself upright as far as her crooked spine will allow and flicks several switches on her facial augmetics. Then she turns to you, ignoring Heinrich's words completely. Who have you brought with you, Interrogator Van Caelix? Clearance level? My name is Celine I agreed to help you at Heinrich's request. Emelina looked in hearts, dips her head. Von Valencius, a rogue trader dynasty. Territory to the galactic west of Furibundus. The head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valencius, has been flagged for her heretical sentiments. That level. Heinrich's gestures at the room. I brought the help you requested in your message, Emelina. A void ship under the aegis of the rogue trader. I dragged thousands of people and megatons of plasteel and ceramite through the bowels of the warp, and for what? To discover that you've sold yourself to the archenemy? Emelina shakes her head. You are drawing conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator von Galix. Your judgment is impaired. Why is Emelina addressing you in this strange manner? I expect that Emelina has chosen to seal the memory block containing data of a personal nature. She does this whenever she is concerned that someone might try to extract information about Calcazar's coterie from her. Heinrich thinks for a moment and then in a clear voice says, Sigma Prosperity. He pauses before repeating the strange phrase. The reminiscence block you are attempting to access was repurposed. It now contains knowledge of the rituals performed by the shamans of this place. My standard working memory alone was insufficient to record all the nuances I uncovered in my research here. Heinrich looked as though he's been punched in the gut. Emelina, you deleted the data about all the members of the Calcazar's unit? You wiped us all? Of course not. I retained the portions of the reminiscent block's data relating to the operational significance of the Lord Inquisitor's unit. That is how I was able to recognize you, Interrogator von Galix. Heinrich's expression scarcely wavers at Emelina's words, but despite this, Marazai ducks his head sharply and watches the interrogator with devouring eyes. Fear and despair and sorrow. An exquisite palate, monkey. Celine. Heinrich bites out the words through clenched teeth. Silence your pet Xeno scum, or I will. Why are you interrogating, like, poking at each other? I'm just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. What happened to Vatan 4? I came here on the supreme directive of the Lord Inquisitor. An Adeptus Historica mission was established on Vatan 4 to study the origins of the civilization that once inhabited the planet. This world is once settled by humans. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. The traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of the soil suggested the extensive of the primitive solar faiths among the dark inhabitants of this world, faiths that are strikingly similar to the worship of the archenemy. The surviving scrolls indicate the shamans used the gifts of the chaos to protect their people, to secure the harvest, to imbue their warriors with strength and vitality, and that this culture persisted for thousands of years. I was cataloging data when the attacks began at one of the remote outposts. I immediately recognized the enemies of their tactics, Drakari. They chose an unremarkable, defenseless world where night lasts half the year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last astropath had been torn to pieces, and many calls of help sent to Calcar's unit had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity. Heinrich, make sense of this for me. Am I going mad, or is your colleague engaging in flagrant heresy here? The notion of heresy is hardly applicable to people in our line of work, Celine. But you are correct about one thing. Emelina has crossed the line that separates a servant of the Imperium from a deluded chaos worshipper. I'm just curious what... I know it's probably all the same, but I just like to read what makes these choices different. I'm sorry I asked, but what are you trying to achieve here, Emelina? The ritual we interrupted, what was it supposed to do? Emelina lifts her gaze upward. It will rid the world of this It will rid this world of its half-year-long night and the mandrakes of their total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, the one of human making, to rise above the horizon and illuminate the dark side of the planet. If the ritual works, I will have mastered the secret to forging a new sun. This is madness. Madness, pride, and monstrous, staggering heresy. Henrik's voice is barely audible, as if his throat is closed up in shock. Abelard's eyes widen in astonishment. Create a star? God Emperor's grace, what creatures could live in the light of a star born using the powers of the archenemy? Do you mean to say that you discovered a ritual for creating a star here? Buried under silica and granite are knowledge and resources that could repel the enemies of the humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands upon thousands of pages from manuscripts, tomes, and scrolls. Contact with any one of these is supposed to be guaranteed instant death, but the preachers who claim these are liars. I am living proof of their falsehoods. A fine time to show your true colors, Inquisitor. Let's see if you will do what is right, or once again prove that you consider yourself above the rules. Lord Ulfa, with all due respect to you and your chapter, keep your mouth shut. Your skepticism is the last thing I need right now. Can no one just give my boy a little bit of, like, encouragement? Who I have become, interrogator von Calyx. I am what any of the agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become if they are able to see through the essence of things. I have, as Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of the radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am only following in the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the Oblantianists, while he chose the Xenos Hybris, forging an alliance with the cursed Drukari. Emelina, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the rogue trader. Additionally, I will not tolerate insults to the Lord Inquisitor in my presence. Internal matters. You have such a slippery way from language, interrogator von Calyx. I detect your mentor's influence. His talent for manipulation and indoctrination is second to none. My reminiscent block of operational data contains numerous entries about the dutiful heir of the Lord Inquisitor has molded for himself. I will not discuss this here and now. I caught you performing a dark ritual, Emelina. You are in no position to rail against Puritanism. Actions are being driven by this philosophy, interrogator von Calyx. Mine, yours, the Lord Inquisitor's. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Calcazar is a dangerous radical? Not less dangerous than I am, except I am not driven by utopian ideals, but by the desire to protect humanity using a broader range of tools. What you call the broader range of tools is heresy, Emelina. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that has taken on a twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact with corruption. The archenemy has been gnawing at you from within, creating a star with a chaos ritual. You have crossed the line. No, you have obliterated the line. The line? Lines are for the weak and ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making a calculated decision would have done the same as me. To protect the Imperium's domain, to deliver a preemptive strike, even von Valencius. Emelina whips around towards you. You are a simple mortal endowed with huge power and privilege, ruling over worlds and holding millions of lives in the palm of your hand. Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? Would I have made a brand new sun? Probably not, because, like, that's just asking for trouble. Especially because the sun I think she's trying to make is, like, weird, isn't it? I would not have made the same mistake. Like a vision in a narrow mind, a word on trade in the hands of such a person is a dangerous prospect indeed. Emelina shakes her head spitefully, her eyes filling with blood. The only one to answer my call, and you turn out to be a brainwashed pawn. I did not factor in the possibility of psychological dependence. Calcazar can be persuasive, especially to those who depend on him. A favorite sorcerer, a Caspacalian renegade. Oh yes, interrogator von Calyx. Save for Calcazar, start with little soldier. You will die just like Tenakia. Emelina Iona Lichtenhot. Heinrichs begins, stifling formal before breaking off. Tenakia? What do you know about Tenakia? Emelina shakes her head. You don't even know if it befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt for you to know something of it. A strange sound causes the sage to fall silent. She turns towards the tunnel. We need to block opposable approaches. I can't. I hate it when they change it to this because they never leave them up enough.
Xenos filth.
Oh my god, we're so fucked. Why are we here? I want to keep them near me.
Don't distract me. Watch. Behold. It is kneel before me, prey thing. Don't distract me.
Stay vigilant. For the glory of the Imperium.
Weather the storm! Death to the heretics!
You can't just phase through the floor. You have to walk around like everybody else.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? As duty demands.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Naturally. For the throne's glory, your reckoning is due. I'll see our foes obliterated. I won't object to it. Alas, no. Holy terror, smite your enemies. I need a foothold. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Be gone. Everyone, step aside.
I don't think you can hit this person from up here, but maybe.
See how the wolf succeeds.
No.
I challenge
Maybe
you,
here?
Gambit. None can do better. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Purpose guides me. I need no guidance. I will triumph.
Get me a target. For the throne, nothing stands against your reckoning is due.
We don't have any more enemies. Oh. Oh, we have to go turn on all the fucking lamps. Fine. I'll do the dumb mechanic.
with grace and malice. It is handled. I am the reaving tempest incarnate! I will herd the prey.
Keep fast.
Fire of anguish! Kneel before me, prey thing! Are you... What a useless plaything! Broken already! Kneel before me, prey thing! Watch! Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, I'm dumb. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may? Another foe painted black.
Alright, Irax.
The Emperor is on our side. I'm done with this one. Not sanctioned to do this. I won't object to it. I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
I must not falter.
Bite like a pop.
I don't know how you guys have been living this whole time.
High momentum.
Cubs play. The fame-hungry come. So shall it be. Our foes reek of cowardice. See how the wolf feed in disgrace. Wolves reign.
Sow the seeds of discord.
Excuse me?
Ruin beckons. One step closer. Purpose guides me.
Oh, okay. I guess he didn't feel like swinging.
Let's see to it. I need a foothold. I won't object to it. Holy...
Destiny. Reshaped.
So it shall be. I will carve runes out of your bones. Wolves reign. None can do this better than a die in disgrace. Cubs play. My hand is thunder. My strike is I will carve runes out of your bones.
Emelina lets out an agonized moan. Wasted. All my work, all my preparation, all for nothing. Emelina Iona Lockhart, in the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the Holy Ordo. Heinrich's eyes are fixed on Emelina, but she does not look at him. Then the interrogator turns his gaze on you. The fate of its fallen members in the matter of the Order, heretical archives, artifacts obtained in the excavation, and other assets in Lichtenhart's possession, I hereby declare the property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the rogue trader to determine what happens. What becomes of Dawn 4 and its people? What is your verdict? What do you advise me to do, Heinrichs? This world has been compromised. Any attempt to assess the degree of corruption will necessarily be based on weak judgment, vulnerable to doubt and sentiment. I would get rid of the planet and its population. What will happen to the archives in Emelina? The archives will be destroyed to prevent this situation from ever reoccurring. Emelina is my responsibility. I shall take the survivors off the planet. So be it, Lord Captain. Now as for Emelina. You are hereby stripped of your special status as an agent of the Golden Throne and all attendant rights and privileges. I am authorized to use all interrogation measures stipulated in the standard framework for information extraction to ascertain the fate of Acolyte Tanakia Calbergaria. Will that be necessary, Emelina? No, Interrogator von Kalix. The sage's voice is scarcely louder than a whisper. I have no intention of concealing the information from you. I am most certain that Tanakia Calbergaria was eliminated on the orders of Xavier Calcazar after being deemed a violent. Heinrich's face is a mask of disbelief and anger. You're lying. I have a rather pleasant suspicion that the witnesses to this conversation are also at risk of being eliminated at a later date. I'm not going to say that because he'll get uppity. I'm just going to be quiet. But that is what my internal monologue is thinking. I saw one of Calcazar's documents when I went to receive my new orders. Only a fleeting glimpse, but with my memory like a pick recorder, it was long enough for its contents to be imprinted in my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript, with a final annotation indicating the removal of the person from the retinue. And we both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisition's retinue, Interrogator von Galix. Tanaki is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Whenever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Calbergaria was invaluable. Why would he do this? Emelina looks up at Heinrichs, her eyes full of despair. I do not know, Interrogator von Kalix. Just as I do not know why Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concerns about his methods. Just as I do not know if I should be to blame for the warp, for the lack of the responses from her calls to help, or if Calcazar prohibited the others from answering. The nature of her mission, and of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse, was likely why he chose to bury the secret in Tanakia along with it. The operational data indicates that you were the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator von Kalix. All this time I thought you were the one who conducted Tanakia's interrogation. And one of the reasons why I destroyed my personal black data bank was to ensure that my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when I next encountered you or Calencar's other servants. Heinrichs? Heinrich says nothing for several seconds, staring into space. At last, he begins to speak. Emelina Iona Lichtenhardt. Emiliana. Emelina sighs. I know, Interrogator von Kalix. I know all the procedures used in compromised Sage's interrogation and sealing of reminiscent blocks, and before we begin, she stands up, straightening her spine as much as she can. Hey, Peaches! And looks into the interrogator's eyes with a weak smile. I thought Takanakia was your doing, but as your reaction has revealed the truth to me. Heinrichs? It is Heinrichs. Yes? There's a subtle shift in Emelina's voice. She sounds older, wiser. You should know. I am sorry to have forgotten you. Heinrich stares at the sage and says nothing, then looks down and mutters something too quietly for you to hear. Heinrich turns to you. Thank you for your assistance. Oh, he killed her. Okay. And the animation didn't play, so. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problem, Rogue Trader. But why? Heinrich looks at you, his eyes dark and lowering. Why don't you answer that question for yourself? You did not want her to be subjected to your standard procedures at yours or anyone else's hands. You really think my actions are driven by such sentiment? Heinrich studies you intently. His face is difficult to read, but one of his eyes spasms briefly just before he turns away. We are finished here. The planet will be designated unfit for further use. The risks are simply too great. It will take a few hours to deal with the excavation site and what the diggers found here. But it will not delay us. When we return to the ship, find a minute to speak with me. Beeb! Someone get this man a hug.
The world trembles beneath my
And some Prozac. And poor boy. Oh, sorry, chat. I hit you. Raver here on the Vox line, low captain. Good thing we're getting out of here. I accidentally hit the microphone. Raver here on the Vox line, Lord Captain. Good thing we're getting out of here. I've already getting reports from lower decks. Singing coming through the volcans. People are going insane. And the like, just one thing. What's to be done with the planet? Destroy the place where we landed. Collapse the mine and wall up the source of tainted knowledge forever. Wow. That was fun, as it always is, with you, Heinrichs. Alright. These are all finished. Gotta go here next. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. I didn't really feel like fighting right this second. So... Oh wait, what? Who needs me right now? People. I need weapons. I've already forgotten. It was Dragonis, right? Okay. Oh, I'm going right there anyway. Oh, wait. I don't know. The planetary authorities have begun a rigorous purge of dissidents, mutants, and apostates. The spree of arrests and executions has people terrified. Quit purging people, you idiots. The authority of the planetary officials was damaged, but the rogue traders' population in the colony has grown. I need adamantine. Forewarning. Why did I never go to this planet? What was I doing? Yeah, I don't need any of this. At first it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the snow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications from the auger system informed the officers there was a small colony that survived in spite of the harsh climatic conditions. All attempts to hail the colony have failed. Send a scouting party. The explorers report the dismal condition of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale, their eyes in no particular color. Oh, I did go here. I think I left suddenly. Yeah, I did this already. I guess when I had to like redo this very quickly, I didn't get to finish. Yeah, it's Atlas Reach. Order to change course. Fuck. Yeah. Stop asking me for people. No people. Never have enough people. Is it V then? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure out how to fix it, but I forgot I had to go here. I need, I don't know what I need. Also, I didn't look at this planet? What have I been doing? A strange vessel enveloped in a pale orchid mist sails past the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. A familiar coat of arms appears on his thoroughly dented, ragged hull. The House von Valencia's coat of arms. The Augur crew reports that this is the Lightseeker, an expedition voyage ship tasked with exploring the planets of the Cronus Expanse. This vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. The telemetry shows that the decks are empty and devoid of life with no crew detected. The sight of the ancient void ship causes a throbbing headache and inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all those centuries, and how did it end up here? The worried whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the light seeker's maneuvers, your seneschal becomes certain the vessel is preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship's crew, but he doubts the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, one thing is clear: it's a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the Von Valencius dynasty. The Voxmaster reports that the elders of her clan told her tales about the Lightseeker. This legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful worlds where the most profitable extractiums were later installed. This vessel brought countless riches to the Von Valencius Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. The High Factotum Janris Danra confirms the Lightseeker is still part of the Von Valencius fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the Protectorate, but who knows what had happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost. The dark powers of the cosmos or even the warp itself could have corrupted the void ship. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent the past 6 centuries under the veil is corrupted beyond salvation. He says it must be destroyed at once. All right, works for me.
The void calls. The warp beckons.
Oh, wait. We ram. Boom!
Eviscerate them! The Von Valencius dynasty knows no defeat.
Yes, the hyper dangerous. That's what you get for standing in front of me, idiots. The golden force of the ant looked fascinating, even from orbit. What? Okay. Plasteel. Sad. Or warning. I'm assuming that that's the thing. Yeah, okay. I found the Hulk and dealt with it. It's just another fucking thing that's never gonna leave my map forever. So this is where we got abducted. My favorite spot in space. Loved it. Lord Captain, there's an unusual cluster of binary asteroids before us, rich in rare metals and valuable minerals. They're moving in a fairly stable orbit, which suggests the possibility of constructing a mining station inside the drift. Okay. Oh, I need this. Ooh. 12? That's crazy. Lord Captain, reporting. Our void ship has passed through a cloud of cosmic dust of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the dust particles were covered with an icy shell that is frozen into thick sheets on the void ship's hull, blocking some of the technical vents. It will take time for the servitors to clear the ice. Until then, our maneuverability will be somewhat reduced. Alright. Xenos Skirmish will be where we go to next. The vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. During the traditional sermon before departure, a ritual chandelier's 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attributed this incident to an open ventilation shaft, but the voidsmen noticed it and are whispering about an ill omen, fearing the woes that are to come. The holy procession, in full accordance with ecclesiarchy liturgical canon, rekindled the faith in the voidsmen's hearts and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided, and the crew was ready to face the potential dangers with courage and fervor. Quit being superstitious dumbasses. Lord Captain, the Ordo Xenos... Oh wait, this is not the correct voice. Lord Captain, the Ordo Xenos punitive unit led by Acolyte Lynette Zhu has arrived on Janus. The Inquisition forces are already taking control of the Governor's Palace and intend to deal with the anomalies on Xanus. Heinrichs, why was I not notified of their arrival in advance? I am surprised that they have informed us of their arrival at all. It demonstrates a semblance of trust. How much did the Inquisition sniff out? The initial interrogations have set Lynette Zhu on the tracks of the wretches toward the anomalous region, but the people continue to dig deeper, so to speak. What think you, my officers and advisors? Cooperating with the Inquisition would do us more good than trying to hide the current misfortunes of the colony. I can send them a message to keep us informed about the interrogation as a favor. If someone were to walk around my domain so brazenly, they would certainly regret it. Lay open a trap, lace it with poison, put down the bait, and wait for the enemy to end their own worthless lives. Why would we do that? Get them out of my life. No. Let the Inquisition do their job. To serve Janus and the Von Valencius dynasty. After Lady Zhu had set up her headquarters at the governor's palace, she began to investigate the situation on Janus. All those feeling guilty for their crimes before the Emperor could only stay silent and pray. During her investigation, Lady Zhu has been able to establish that the genetic changes in the organisms of the sickly creatures have been caused by the effects of mysterious substances secreted into the water by the Xeno obelisks. These substances did not contaminate the water until recently, as shown by the analysis of the Magos Biologus. The same Xeno obelisks appear to be linked by a chain of energy communications, also serving as sources for unknown radiation that seem to have caused the outbreak of contaminated growth in the currently uncontrolled sector of the planet. This also seems to be causing the appearance of the mysterious phantoms. Lady Zhu suggested that there is some sort of ancient mechanical construction located on Janus that has awakened from its slumber, and the anomalies occurred on Janus have been caused by the blasphemous machines trying to start itself. No. Okay, so I will never be... Oh, people! And I'll never be able to get Lightbringers. Well, I'm gonna lose 9 people. Sag. I have to do one of these. Oh, I need phlogiston. Okay, I can look for phlogiston while we're traveling. Okay, and I did forewarning. Okay, so I'll jump over here because I've done forewarning, right? That was the thing I literally just did. Alright. I can heal. I don't really have to do these fights anymore, I don't think. Jump down here. Oh, we have phlogiston here. Get that started. Might as well just to get this done, because I have more people than I thought I did. But it's slowly dissipating. Okay, let's go to Xenos Skirmish. The duty officer reported an incident in the shuttle repair bay. A security team was dispatched in response to a distress signal, but when they arrived, they discovered that the shuttle repair crew had doubled in number. Somehow, every crew member now had an identical twin, but each assured the enforcers that they were the real one. What? The enforcers immediately opened fire, killing everyone in the bay. The duty officer awarded the squad a commendation for their vigilance and efficiency. No, airlock them all. What do you mean? The officer of the Augur team reports that this world, covered in thick forests and steep mountain ranges, is of no particular interest except for one fact. A fierce battle has unfolded between a group of Xenos. A multitude of small ships are concentrated around one area, some of them heavily damaged or outright destroyed. Around the cluster of ships, scanners detect a plethora of xenoforms employing unidentified weapons and technology. Marazai supposes that in this location, the surviving warriors of the Reaving Tempest can engage their pursuers from the other cabals that crave their deaths. The Xenos is determined to land on the planet and meet with the Drakari from his cabal, or unceremoniously barge into the battle, whoever the enemy may be. The Xenos demands that the Lord Captain's best warriors set out with him. Alright, do whatever you want, babe. After several long hours, Marazai's shuttle finally docks with the rogue trader's void ship. Of the group that was sent to the planets, only the Xenos returned, covered in blood from head to toe. With a smug, snake-like smile on his face, having evidently enjoyed what happened, Marazai hands the Lord Captain a blood-soaked trophy. I'm so shocked that the people that I sent out with you died. I really am. Never would have expected that. My best warriors. Okay. And then Emperor's Miracle in the... Okay, well, we have to go here. Lord Captain. Oh no. I wanted to warn you. Marazai is on his way to your quarters. He will be with you any minute. Oh god, what do you want? I'm busy trying to pilot a ship. By pilot, I mean, like, just kind of give orders to where we're supposed to go. My little pet. Marazai stares down at you, smirking. I could not help but notice how obedient you've been of late. I'm pleased with you. Marazai's fingers grip your chin and force your head up. The remains of the reaving tempest bowed down before me when they saw that I had not lost my authority, even beyond the bounds of the webway. Hey, Anguished. I think you've earned a small gift from me. Marazai tilts his head to one side. Tell me, which offering would excite you most of all? Thousands of touches that bestow tenderness and pain? Passion capable of smothering the life out of you? Or perhaps perfect shattering ecstasy brought by billions of tiny peaks? The choice is yours. All of these offerings sound overly ambiguous. Is that so? Marazai's smile turns into a feral leer. What can I say? I like to surprise. Oh god. All of these sound awful. But honestly, smother me at this point. I like the idea of you smothering me, preferably to death, so I don't have to deal with you anymore. Marazai gives you a dark look full of promise. Very well. Allow me some time and I will give you what you desire. Oh, that's a snake? Really don't know what I expected. That's a snake. His voice vibrates with excitement. Just look. Who else could offer you such a gift? The delights of my kind, selected according to your desires. What is this? Marazai raises an eyebrow in feigned confusion. Did you yourself not choose that which your soul craves the most? A slith's entire body is but one giant garrote that crushes not only bones, but the very spirit. With each passing second, the pressure grows and grows, and suddenly your chest cannot expand enough even to take a breath, and your consciousness begins to struggle in its death throes. Little compares to the passion born of suffocation in terms of sheer power. I mean, I did ask to be smothered, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I keep forgetting that I'm dealing with a monkey's paw when it comes to you. Alright, go ahead and fucking strangle me to death with a snake, I guess. Of course. But I will be watching you with interest, my pet. Marazai's eyes blazing with dark fire as he gives you a gentle nudge in the back. And then I'm just teleported back to the bridge. Oh my god, and I have to walk by Heinrichs every single time. Like, why do you have to be standing there? Oh my god. I have no one to blame but me. I've got myself into this position. Your ladyship, a monstrous storm has broken out on— Can Janice just live its life, please? A monstrous storm has broken out on Janus. The apocalyptic anomalies are tearing our agri-world apart, and their epicenter is in the desecrated sector. Something must be done before the whole colony is destroyed. We have to find the source of this madness. Calm down and report what exactly is happening there. The fires in the sky that crash on the ground and turn everything around them into ice, the moaning earth, the deadly sound careening through the cities, the purple glow in the sky. The furious storm has covered half the continent, but we can see its epicenter from orbit, the ruins of a xenostructure complex. What we thought to be the debris of buildings turned out to be a machine, and now it rouses from its sleep, shining the blue and purple lights from the spheres melded into it. It is relatively safe only in those parts of the desecrated sector that have been scarred by our weapons. For some reason, there are fewer anomalies than in other places. The deadly spirits have become more material. Hey, Epic Waffles! And now everyone can see that they are not dancing. They are fighting and champing two names. Halcyon and Kesai. Thankfully, there are much less of them than there were before. Gaps have been appearing in the horrifying cyclone of dance twisted about the epicenter. What do we know about the Cataclysm? The leader of the Inquisitor squad, Lady Zhu, did not grace us with a full report since she had been hastily preparing for the expedition into the heart of the anomaly, but she mysteriously claims that we have become the witnesses of an ancient clash between Xenos, and in spite of our unfamiliarity with their conflict, it is important to choose our ally in the struggle wisely, whatever that means. Some wretch by the name of Keg has come out of the thicket to meet our people. It is hard to understand him, but he has managed to express to the soldiers that Halcyon and Kese are fighting. Halcyon in his usual way, and Kese in a wrong, corrupted way. Seems that he wants to collaborate with us and is trying to ask for help. My people shall help Lady Zhu break into the heart of the storm. The escort squad reports that the people of Lady Zhu demonstrate incredible skill, investigating the anomalies and advancing toward the epicenter. Our people have reached the Xenos ruins that once served as either a place or a gargantuan machine. They have encountered an extremely high concentration of spirits. It appears the spirits are fighting among themselves, with two particularly vivid ghostly figures among them. One of these prominent spirits radiates blue light and seems to be clad in Eldari armor. The other is engulfed in purple flames and clad in Xenos ceremonial raiment. They utter sounds reminiscent of Eldari's speech, but any attempts to translate them have been proved unsuccessful thus far. You're dead. So strange it is to hear the words of our ancestors, those who witnessed the apex of our glory. I find myself rather enjoying the words of the spirit clad in purple. That one is a master of delights, a commanding prince of wisdom, so much more compelling than the pompous blue-flamed fool. Have your servants support the purple-sheathed one, and I will tell them the right words to stop the purple phantoms from slaughtering them. What does it matter whose spirits are babbling about? They both must be slain. Ait Vater. Turn your warriors and inspire them to fight in their home to the very last. They've already made sacrifices to get this far, so to remind them what those sacrifices were for. Lady Zhu intends to fight both sides of the spirit conflict, but your soldiers are willing you to confirm her orders. I've got to side with Marazai, even if I don't necessarily want to, because I know that he's bad. My people will fight in the fray on the side of the purple spirits. Marazai, see to it that they come to an understanding with the phantoms. The scouts attacked, destroying the blue spirits one after another. The purple phantoms recognized their new allies and did not harm them. Once the battle was over, the regal spirits swathed in purple radiance reached out to the scouts' thoughts, granting them visions. The planet, which was inhabited by Eldari prior to the fall, at some point became one of the many theaters of war between sensual excess, the dogma that reigned over the Xenos of that time. An ascetic self-restraint. A local ruler, Kasai, was enlightened and wise, yet susceptible to depravity. In his desire to transfer his soul to another form of existence, he created a mechanism that would let him take over the bodies and minds of all his people. One of the ruler's bodyguards, named Halcyon, rose against the tyrant and mortally wounded him, but could not stop him from merging with the machine. Halcyon then gave his life to bind his own spirit to the device and continue fighting therein. This tragic conflict marked the end of all Eldari on the planet, but preserved an echo of their souls and those of their leaders. Then the spirits had disappeared, but for how long? The bodies of the fallen and a strange relic discovered amid the ruins were the only proof that, for a single day, Janus was once more engulfed in a war between long-fallen Xenos. Yeah, she's trying to make me a good person from the grave, and it's not working. Oh my god. An incredible find has been made on Foundstone, Lord Captain. A lost volume of St. Keith's lost diary has been found during the restoration of his crypt. According to his records, the members of the Order of the Hammer were able to find the crypto ark containing a relic of St. Cognitius, the Crucible. Keith's writings on it are vague. It is called the Sculptor and Transformer, granting life and grace. The explorators have sent a delegation, claiming the treasure. The heated dispute has been going on for days. What is the meaning of this dispute? The tech priests claim that the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus obliged the Order of the Hammer to hand any sacred archaeotech over to them. Allegedly, the Crucible should be considered not as the personal belongings of the saint, but rather as a temporary possession entrusted into his care. The Order of the Hammer rejects this thesis, insisting that the right to care for these sacred objects belongs to the Ecclesiarchy's cults, and since Cognatius was canonized, then the Crucible should be regarded as a blessed relic, not an archaeotech. Yeah. How fierce are these delegations? Quite. The discussions have been happening now for more than 8 cycles without interruption. Both sides have proved more than 100 legal experts and have put forward around 400 theses, arguments, and testimonies. The Special Administratum Commission, comprised of 200 armed clerks, have arrived to pass a verdict and enforce the law. This is probably the largest religious dispute in the Expanse's history. Pastor Tychon is advocating for the doctrine of co-protection, and the explorators' intransigence grows ever weaker. Perhaps they will agree on a compromise. What say my companions? It is likely that the research contained in the ancient treaties and archival repositories of the Adeptus Mechanicus will provide factual information on similar precedent. I can spare some of my computing power to find such a case and provide my brothers and sisters with the information that is necessary to win this dispute. I believe that the chronicles of the Amelinian Conclave describe mystical miracles witnessed by zealots while praying at an ancient banner of St. Cappius. Should the Crucible perform a similar miracle, then no doubts will remain that it is indeed a holy relic, and not the property of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay. Tech Litany Collection. Saint Cognitius's Scriptures. Sure. Now I feel uneasy at the thought that I have become a mastermind of this deceit. After some time, the Crucible revealed a visual miracle to the enthusiastic spectators, presenting to those gathered for the debate sacred images of martyrs blessing the ancient artifact. And even though some witnesses claim to have caught a glimpse of some strange people operating the lenses machines, most of those present have admitted the fact of this miracle and the status of the Crucible as a relic. The explorators have made peace with their loss and asked permission to conduct several of their own rituals with the Crucible. When the tech liturgies have been completed, the tech priests departed Fellstone. Research into the Crucible has identified it as a machine for surface terraforming, fueled by the geothermal energy of the planet. It could turn a wasteland into a blooming garden. However, a way to launch it has yet to be found. The Hammer of Epiphany. People. Lord Captain, the astropathic choir have caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Vabo 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after, a new sector of deep tunnels has been put into operation. It is overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasia, and rockreet. The cheering of 1,000 claws herald their approach, and desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne, these creatures do not seem to be interested in getting into the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor only knows what. I must drink. What are those creatures? None who face them have survived to tell the tale. The frightened workers call them a swarm because they crawl along the tunnels like a wave. They say that the enemies are vast in numbers and are insect-like. One of the workers who was lucky to survive the attack. You literally just said that none who face them have survived. Has since come to the surface. The horror drove him mad, but he had a wrench covered with strange engravings. The patterns was exactly the same as the one that the mad convicts had been etching into the walls. What think my advisors? The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is the top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant. Requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure the plan works, it has to be done in zones currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I'm sure that a dozen brave men can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom and descend into the darkness with the explosives. Carapace fragment, but I lose people. Master of the Inferno. Master of the Inferno. Yeah. No, I kind of want to figure out what's going on, so. And I think we can spare one people. Arm the convicts and the overseers and have them fight the invaders. Maybe triumph over our enemies. Squad after squad were sent into the depths. The convicts and the overseers, putting their past conflicts behind them, rallied against the unknown enemy. They understood that most of them would not return, if not all of them. The Vabo 6 defense squads met some swarm in the darkness. The monstrous insects, clad in metal carapaces, tore apart everything in their mandibles. The carnage inside the narrow caves cost many lives, but in the end the creatures were exterminated, and their vile lair, not unlike a metallic crypt, has been ransacked and its treasures removed. Yeah, I'm never gonna get weapons, so... Deal with it yourselves! Lord Captain, the ne'er-do-wells from the Augur crew are reporting we've reached the Nolus Septum system, where Prometheum refined hive Santiel's pride is look... What the... And my mother of the Golden Throne. I'm sorry? The transmission ends abruptly and resumes with a loud click several moments later. Emperor, preserve us. Lord Captain. Oh, the star got stolen. The entire system is darker than the inside of a Grok's house. The local star, it's gone. What nonsense. Stars do not vanish to the sky without a We literally know that they do, though, Abelard. We literally watched a star get taken. But okay. But unless my eyes deceive me, Lord Captain, Sentiel's pride is an object of strategic importance to the Cordia dynasty. It alone covers the Prometheum need for their entire protectorate. It is not difficult to figure out what happened. The damned Xenos had their work cut out for them, but by the throne they succeeded. This does not mean we can leave the important strategic assets for them to plunder. I suggest we do Incendia Corda a favor and salvage the remains of her Prometheum. Another system is missing its star. You hear a quiver of outrage in Heinrich's voice, followed by a deep exhale. We need to see if there are Xenos on that frozen world, and should our suspicions be confirmed, exterminate them. If you disagree, let me remind you that the Protectorate, as one of the rogue traders of the Coronis Expanse, has lost several billions of its subjects. Can you be certain that the same won't happen to Dargonis, or another of your worlds? Spare yourself the trouble of hoping that there's anyone left to save down on that doomed little planet. All the Mon-Ki were either taken to Komarog or disemboweled on the spot. Marazai's voice trembles with sudden excitement. However, the lackeys of the prophetic Archon who sent the Cabal here. Who could it be, I wonder? Oh, I eagerly await a chance to meet them personally. Thank you for your comprehensive report, Raver. Big just takes over the channel, her vexation showing only in the force with which she clicks her vox. Apologies, Lord Captain. As the esteemed Master Hellsman just stated, the Augur crew is troubled by the anomalous absence of a star at the heart of the system. As for the Hive world, I'm afraid it is forever lost to the Imperium, as are the lives of billions of its children. Hello, Drakari. New information has arrived, Lord Captain. We managed to detect a residential heat signature on one of the continents of Santiel's Pride, but there's no clear indication of its origin. The crew is waiting for further instructions and praying for the souls of the deceased with extraordinary zeal. Sharpen your blades, Marazai. We're hunting Xenos tonight. You never cease to amaze, Monk Celine. A sinister laughter oozes from the Vox system like vicious blood dripping from a metal plate. Dispatch rescue teams to the world. They better not return without survivors. I got people! The order is clear. The rescue shuttles have been dispatched to the suggested evacuation points and the likely locations of hidden bunkers. Is there anything else you desire? Start Prometheum extraction immediately. We must exploit the world's remaining potential while it's still maintaining orbit. Enough talk. Santiel's pride awaits. The helmsman's sour voice fills the channel again. If you're so eager to freeze your esteemed ass off, Lord Captain, who are we to object? Yeah, because, I mean, I have to do everything, and you didn't know. Hendrix, make sure he doesn't push me off the edge. Thanks. The tower's foundation goes down for tens of meters, and the spires are obscured by superstructures on the upper levels.
Predictable.
Thousands of bodies have merged into frozen snowdrifts, covering streets as far as the eye can see. It is unclear whether the formations occurred naturally or if someone purposely piled the corpses up.
Perfection.
A delicate young woman lies curled up in a snowbank like a living statue. Her thin hands are clutching a silken blanket. Mine now. Rite of Passage 90XV55L issued to Helkrumis family arriving at football. A golden pendant with a silver inscription to my darling S from D. Inside are hand-painted portraits of an elderly man, his wife, and his daughter.
Intriguing. Ruinous favor prevails.
The snow clearly shows the trail of a body being dragged and reveals several pairs of footprints. Judging by the shape, none of them belong to a human. Xenos. Oh, hello. Oh my god, you're still alive? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because how else would stars still be disappearing?
Before my tempest.
The sound of frightened prey. Tantalizing.
Okay, relax.
Suffering will sustain me.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Educate you on the art of...
Deliver us!
Oh, well, you couldn't have done that before?
Their death won't be easy.
Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory. More trouble than it's worth. I won't object to it. Naturally.
I'm a member.
But of course, be gone. Someone's death wish is mine to grant. For the throne, I'm done with this one. The Emperor is on our side. I won't do that. I won't object to it. Be gone.
What the heck? How dare you parry me?
Unleashed my fury.
Your reckoning is due.
Yeah.
Not sanctioned to do this.
My resolve is unshaken.
Hey, BB. You did such a good job. I'm so proud of you.
I need no guidance. Purpose guides me. Ruin beckons.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it. But of course, the Inquisition sends their regards. For the throne's glory.
Oh, I fucking forgot about that annoying ability.
Whispers, guide my hand.
I won't object to it. I'm done with this one. Let's see to it. But of course, your reckoning is due.
I am not afraid to
The
embrace
hive is
the
destroyed, and now there are
revelations
Xenos
that
roaming
make
its
us
streets.
uncover.
Too many misfortunes
That's
for
the
one
difference
world.
between me and ignorant filth. Powers unseen uncover my path.
Alright. make sure, because they're hiding these little thingies in the corners really well. Warning, harboring traitors to the Imperium is punishable by death.
The world will bow.
What is that?
That's a trap.
Triumphant, as always.
Toil to the citizens, Prometheum to the stars. May the faithful partake of the Emperor's immortality and find solace in his crimson embrace. Spread the word, brothers and sisters, the feast has begun. Gold-framed data slate. Jervis, may the immortal Emperor guide you with his grace. I have done everything I possibly could. Grab Anjet and Jolanta and flee this cursed world as soon as possible. I left the writ of passage and some savings in our secret cache at the Spire of Pride on one of the wanted posters. May the master of mankind bless Arcticus for his insistence. I still have unfinished business at the department, so we will reunite on footfall. Your loving brother, Lamprecht von Groton.
I tread a path unexplored.
I know what happened to them.
Easily done.
Do the Spire. I'm not ready to do that yet. I have more exploring to do. I don't want to go down inside. I'm not ready yet. Unsealed letter. My most precious Victa, Sister Brigenda from the Orders Famulus, whom you introduced to us, is a real sweetheart. You must have noticed how many new guests started showing up at our soirees after the darling stayed at our estate. Geoffroy is extremely fond of Brigenda, too. Our heirs has finally started showing an interest in something other than the exact sciences and has taken a liking to theology. May the Emperor bless your insightful wisdom. P.S. Come visit us today after the 8th klaxon. My husband will be at the club with his friends. Forever yours, I.L. Oh, they're cheating? Or were? Guess they're dead now?
I shall not be deterred.
No! Why can't I blow it up? Oh, okay.
For you.
I was about to say. An augmented old man with insane eye stares out at even the poster. The caption below reads, "Wanted for idolatry." Hey, look! More Xenos to kill. The chapel's massive doors are sealed by ice. The pale bodies of the priests can be seen under its glacial surface.
Embrace true power.
So what's going on
I
here?
need to point it out for you.
Your kind has no
Hello.
place in the galaxy. Fear me, monkey.
No, I don't think I will, actually.
With grace and malice. Don't distract. I will tear your heart out for this. No.
Nice job.
I'm done playing with you.
Is that all you've got?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'm a member.
I'm done.
Well, that's annoying.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Well, you'd better get used to it, babe.
A tactically sound approach. Victory is imminent. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Out of my way.
I will triumph. One step closer. Purpose guides me. Ruin beckons.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. I feel the power surging. I need a foothold. I won't object to it. The Inquisition sends their regards. Your reckoning
I'm a
is
member.
due. Get me a
Yeah, I think
card.
he should go here
More trouble
instead.
than it's worth.
You will not withstand my vengeance!
Let's see to it. Be gone.
There is no mercy found in my
Just give Heinrichs all of the turns.
Naturally.
Wait, there's still people? Oh, didn't even see you.
Everyone, step
Where's the other
aside.
one?
For the throne's glory. Nothing stands against me. Let's see to it. The Inquisition sends their regards. I won't object to it. I'm done with this one.
Oh. Okay, I was about to say, I really don't think there are any other ones that exist here, but maybe. Hello?
I'm not a vessel for pain.
You deserved that.
Master.
You deserved it. You... It's your fault, not my fault. How many times you got stuck on a box? A strange meaty growth the size of a human head is clinging to the skull and neck of a man. The emaciated face, at least, the part of it you can see from under the pulsating alien skin, bears no emotion and the cracked lips hang slackly open. Your vision grows dim and you have a sinking feeling in your chest, but you're still alive and are trying to open your eyes. Dark figures dash about in the twisted shadows cast by the fire. One of them is standing in front of you, casually tossing something from one hand to the other. You slowly turn your stiff neck and dumbly stare at the stump where your right arm used to be. The figure comes closer, tossing a frozen hand onto the ground, and breaks off the tip of your nose with a little crunch. Why haven't you died in with the others? Why are you still alive? Frightened, cold, hurt, and aching to flee. But these feelings are not yours. You concentrate your will to shrug off the unbidden emotions and the compulsion recedes. You once again see a man caught in the clutches of a disgusting parasite. The illusion is gone, but unexplicable anxiety still lingers in your soul like the aftermath of a particularly bad nightmare. In all that is holy in Terra, you Von Valencias poke your noses into every mysterious abomination you encounter. It must run in the blood. Why didn't I choose a quiet post away from the front lines? Quartermaster of a magnetic coil warehouse or some such thing. Abelard, who has been agitatedly rifling through equipment, looks up with a start. Lord Captain, you've returned to us, and without the need for a medikit. A lucky escape. The thing before you is a xenoparasite that Magi biologists called Medusae. These creatures latch onto the brain and nervous system of their victim with dozens of tendrils and assume control over the body of the host. Their nature is yet to be fully studied, but the prevailing hypothesis stems that Medusae are capable of absorbing strong feelings and emotions from their environment, although the questions of how and why are still a matter of debate. The parasite appears to be tightly and permanently attached to the victim's head, or so it would seem. You spot a certain pattern in the location of the tendrils on the host's body. Making a few incisions here and there would probably allow you to separate the creature from its unfortunate bearer. After a few well-placed cuts, the parasite's meaty body convulses, making the thin tendrils go soft and unable to maintain their grip. You dislodge them one after the other, and soon the parasite releases its host of its own volition. The creature twitches its appendages in its death throes and goes limp in your hands. The man's body collapses onto the snow. We're taking you with me. Even dead, the parasite is too valuable to leave on the dying world. The small, lifeless body will be delivered to your ship, where it will serve as a specimen for experiments or a trophy. The long silence is interrupted by the groans of the rescue man at your feet. He is still alive. Take the man to the void ship. You contact the shuttle crew and give the order to transport the survivor to the void ship. I didn't even realize that that was like a thing. I was just running around to loot. Report a mutiny. Get extra rations. I'm sure that never goes poorly. Oh, we leveled up. Also, not what I meant to do. I meant to do this.
Service. Let's patch you up.
Your aid was acknowledged.
Ah, careful now. This wound will make a fine scar.
I'll take it from here.
Let me help.
Better than nothing.
Alright, let's see. Ooh, AP increase. AP increase. That's more attacks. Easy level up, at least. Somebody scribbled a few words on top of a propaganda poster. Level 5A. Block C. Cheap.
You do not have to hide the ashy shadows of loneliness behind swirls of bright colors, Ulfar.
I respect your gift, Guide to the Soul Sea. But you should save your sorcery for someone else.
Poor Cassia. Always just trying to help, but just airing out everybody's dirty laundry. A faded inscription states the gate leads to the temple quarter, but the rusted mechanism and seals on the locks reveal this entrance hasn't been used for many years. A flying Xeno device emits an unnatural light. Strange forces are making it float freely in the air.
Can't hide from me.
Perfection.
Frozen in a huddled pose, the corpse stares at its icy, shattered limbs in disbelief.
The world trembles
Oh, yeah, look.
beneath my
Xenos filth! Do not plead for swift death!
Idiot.
We are the bane of lesser creatures.
Throne take you. Let's see to it. For the throne, holy terror, smite your enemies.
I didn't buff myself, goddammit.
I won't object to it.
A match.
Let's see to it.
Why can you not move?
Behold, what a useless plaything. Broken already?
It is hand.
Excuse me, I think that might have been in the wrong spot, but that's fine.
With grace.
And malice.
Don't distract me. I am a prey taker.
High momentum.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I am a prey taker.
Me?
To take you on the art of pain.
Taste my blood.
In the name of House Orcelio,
I'll
I
put my
shall
psychic
prevail.
abilities to use. I won't object to it. Your reckoning is due. For the throne.
Oh, you're not
But
dead.
of course, I'm done with this.
High momentum.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Naturally.
A work for a fleshcraft.
Be gone.
Where are the rest of you? How'd you get over here? The fact that I can get over here is crazy.
The Inquisition sends their regards. I'm done with this one. I won't do that. Be gone.
Didn't even get a turn. Somebody tried to make a sculpture by draping a body with artfully frozen intestines, but gave up halfway.
I caught sight of something.
That's better than what he has. Yes.
Predictable.
A shapeless mass of crooked bodies sticks up in the middle of the camp, bound by a single spiked chain. Preloading is a straight route to the Underhive. Okay, so nothing here.
Empyrean guides my gaze.
Okay. I should get the loot that's on the map since it looks like I've uncovered most everything. Where is the loot? Here. Yeah. Trying to move that. No, 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 no. Wait, what? No, no, no. It says that there's loot here. I don't see anything. I think it might be this body here, but... yeah, okay. Rejoice, for in 10 turns the immortal Emperor will bestow his grace upon us and embrace our brothers and sisters, so that they can serve him on Holy Terra. The celestial burial ceremony will commence at dawn in full accordance with tradition. Remember to pay the fee so your loved ones do not have to wait for the next cycle before they can join the Emperor. Additionally, on this holy day, the number of work hours will be reduced by 1, so the blessed denizens may take part in the solemn march for the Emperor's spire to the Spire of Stillness. Man, this is such a fun universe. You get to have an hour off to bury your family.
Uncover my path.
Man, I have to go a really long way to get here.
What is it, rogue trader?
Be nice to me. It might be reached with proper climbing equipment. The God Emperor silently gazes down upon the once teeming streets. Notes on the Life in the Hive by LG Historian and Traveler. The world turned out to be completely different from what I had imagined. My distant home of Alvi-Artani, though swathed in black sands, is nowhere as hot as this stone cocoon. Not even the force field can shield us from the embrace of the local star. In daylight hours, staying close to the outer walls would be insane. A person would either suffer heat stroke or simply be boiled alive. The surface does not have the time to cool after the darkness comes, so living here is like being encased in a steam barrel at all times. Throne be praised, the upper city has cooling zones that provide welcome relief. Despite the predatory prices and absolute disdain the locals have shown toward my quickly lightening purse, the glacial gardens remain my favorite place to relax. Despite all its austerity and piousness, the hive is crawling with lawbreakers. I've been robbed thrice and almost killed twice this cycle alone. It makes procuring obscura ridiculously simple. Not that I've tried it, of course, but the crooks on every corner literally shove it in my face. Another thing that surprised me is the city's incredible work shifts. The planet turns on its axis once every 38 hours, and 25 of those are usually spent in the manufactorums. Another 5 to 7 are dedicated to mandatory public service like cleaning streets, attending sermons, and patrolling floors. So only 6 remain for rest and domestic chores. Oh my god, that sounds miserable. I must have been blessed by the Emperor when Justice Grey Bergen invited me to stay at her truly magnificent estate. The view from the top of the spire is fantastically beautiful. Up here, one cannot hear the din of the overflowing streets or the smell of the stench of refuse. And yet the taller the spire, the crueler the star's scalding kiss becomes. Justice Grey Bergen calls it a divine blessing. I'm not going to argue and will just quietly take my leave. Okay, so we can either go to the spire There was another place where we could go down, though. Oh god, where was that? It was near where this was, so I'll go here. There was like a little place where we could go downwards. And I think they were near each other. I just don't know where. I think it might be near here. Yes.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Okay.
Let's seize the opportunity.
The empty Promethium canisters bear a child's bloody handprints.
Triumphant as always.
The pipe is emitting a barely noticeable heat signature which leads further into the hive. Charred bones stick out from the massive piles of ash. Some bear scratches that may have been left by blade or by teeth. Part of a woman's face and several delicate fingers are still frozen to the cold generator. Someone shattered the rest of the body, its shards now crunching under your feet.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
The box is filled with rubbish and frozen bones. Letters, decrees, and torn propaganda posters have been used for kindling. The door doesn't give. Something is blocking it from the other side.
There.
Thank you.
The world will bow.
To the outside. Hello. Ugh, servitors.
The absurdity
Oh.
of your struggle amuses me.
Well, that's annoying. But it doesn't seem to have impeded me that much. Did I get over? Yeah, he's fine here, I think.
My ears are ringing.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
An exemplary strike.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? As duty demands. If I may,
High momentum.
I'll paint your death in
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. Your reckoning is due.
I might as well spend the rest of the points to buff myself so I don't have to do it next
Lord
turn.
Captain, I won't object to it.
That's it, really.
High momentum.
I need no guidance. I will not stoop to this. Purpose guides me.
Why?
I will triumph.
I need a foothold. Holy terror, smite your enemies. I feel the power surging. Not sanctioned to do this. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one.
And the last
Everyone,
one.
step aside. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. Your reckoning is due.
Good work, everyone, as always. Even as ice sculptures, the faithful continue to beg the Emperor for salvation.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
The golden statue of the Emperor is covered with twisted symbols and decorated with a garland of 2 small skulls.
Ruinous favor prevails.
Gain strength very while using white armor. Playing the recording produces quiet whispering, rustling of clothing, noise of footsteps of dozens of feet, and someone's deep, measured breathing. When the silence settles, a sonorous male voice delivers the opening sermon of the liturgy. Glory to the divine creator that sits on the golden throne of Holy Terra, whose will created skies and earth, light and darkness, stars and galaxies. Glory. Glory to the guardian of humanity who shields us from the terrors of the void, the madness of heretics, and the malice of the enemies of the Imperium. For we are created in the God Emperor's image to carry his light and his will and his word into the galaxy, both in life and after our passing. Glory. Glory to the Lord of humanity, whose envoys, women and men of courage and virtue, guide our sons and daughters to the only path that is righteous. Glory. May your souls weep and lament your ignorance of how to love our God Emperor, the Warden of Light, more than he loves each and every one of us. Cry, pray, repent, and beg for forgiveness, for your love is no love at all. Your great love is infinitely small, and even the most profound love of his most loyal servants is infinitesimally less than the love that the Master of Mankind gives us in return. Glory to the Immortal One. Now let us talk about how we can love the Emperor's flesh and spirit even more, and how to come closer to his divine immortality in life and after we die. Rustling and whispering are heard again, and the recording ends. Did they have an orgy? Is that what that's implying? Or that they killed themselves? I'm not sure which. It's one of the two in this universe.
Intriguing.
I don't know which one it is. Or maybe it's both. It could be both. Oh wait, did this lead to the spires? What? But then what am I supposed to do here? Or did I do what I was supposed to do here? Oh, I guess, okay. I thought that they would be different places, but I guess they're the same place. I was expecting like a big battle or something, but I guess we didn't get it. I guess it is technically just a rumor, but... I guess we go back to the void ship. All right, void ships. I didn't find any dudes.
Let chaos paint the stars red.
Oh, did I not heal myself? Idiot.
Macro cannons. Annihilate them. Unleash our wrath upon my enemies. Send them into the cold void.
I don't know what that does. Oh no, I went too far. Fuck. That's sad. What do you mean? No! Oh my god. Sag. I mean, I guess I might as well.
Unleash torment.
Damn. It torpedoed me.
Let the incandescent beam scorch our enemies. Chart a course. Unleash the storm of macro cannons. Damn. Send them into the cold void.
Oh my god, really? I missed every single shot? Being embarrassing.
Let the Empyrean guide us. Let the incandescent beams scorch our enemies.
I don't think it'll do anything, but no, it doesn't do anything. I didn't think so, but
Send their souls to the void.
oh my god, no. Missed.
I reign supreme again.
Again. Okay. I have to look to see if there's like anything more that I need to do here. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. And jump here. While traveling through the Immaterium, the crew on duty in Loading Bay 7 heard what sounded like the hissing of a giant snake. The terrified workers sent out a Vox message, then locked themselves in a shipping container and welded it shut. The response team sent to the bay found no signs of warp activity. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the workers had suffocated. It feels like most of the incidents that occur on my ship are just sheer stupidity. Which, honestly, what else is new? Lord Captain, our augurs have detected active combat. Yeah, basically. Lord Captain, our augurs have detected active combat operations in the orbit and on the surface of Euphrates II. We tried to contact the explorators on the flagship of the Cognizance fleet, coordinating the siege, but received a strongly worded demand not to interfere under threat of armed retaliation. Give me details about the combatants. The world is besieged by a squadron of the Cognizance fleet supported by a joint armada of vessels from across the entire expanse. Among the later, we have registered vessels recruited by the Lord Inquisitor to defend the sector. They are opposed by the Final Dawn scum led by the blasphemous traitors from the ranks of the World Bearers. What is so important about Euphrates II that it's worth fighting over? The Sacred Forge world has always been closed off to the lay people. I believe that it was only at the threat of having it utterly corrupted by the ruinous powers that the explorators have begrudgingly accepted their profane allies setting foot in their blessed world. Who's winning? We are detecting parity between the forces, or both parties employ conservative strategies with the aim of gradually achieving positional superiority. Tactical prognosis suggests that this impasse will persist for a while longer. Why are they refusing our aid? Their reaction is a result of reasonable wariness, your ladyship. The ancient network of the Cult of the Final Dawn spans entire worlds and has proven its effectiveness time and time again. I presume the tech priests are afraid of letting a treacherous vessel into their combat ranks. Alright, then we won't interfere. I can't land here. Okay. At least I cleared the thing. Bring in the navigator. Payment in organs. I don't want people. Right Reputation with Fellowship of the Void. I can potentially do something about that. I haven't, like, done anything in forever. And I really should. Generous. Mm-hmm. Fellowship of the Void. Okay, you wanted like 40,000, you need like 20,000. I'm gonna have 1,000 more just because that'll bother me. There. In the name of the God Emperor, give me all your things. Grimoire of the Void. Carnage. Bone Shatterer. 120 profit factor, I'm rich. Where's my buy all button? I'm gonna have to, like, clear my backpack off stream. Or just give in to chaos. The chaos that is my life. Be like, I can't do anything about this, and thus I'm not going to. Unless there is... No, okay, the backpack is bottomless, okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna be here for the rest of my life. Alright. Anyway, now that I've done that... Oh, yeah, I was like, why did I do that? And I remember. Three for 33. Ooh. Oh, wait. So... Add a cargo. Four short, 27 damage each. What one do I not want? This one, I guess? And then... I guess that's an upgrade? Okay. What am I doing here? Emperor's Miracle in the Cineris Maleficum. Okay.
Hunt brothers, take heed.
There is a fervor in my soul.
Wait, what is this? Okay, that's
Do you
Heinrich's.
require inquisitorial approval?
I always require your approval, Heinrich's.
Easily done.
Rarely do I get it, though.
To leave my mark upon the galaxy.
A fragment of ship plating bearing unholy symbols. It seems the vessel was shot over the planet, and some of the debris reached the surface.
Perfection.
By the nature of the injuries, it is clear that the head of this man was literally wrenched off, unscrewed from the body.
Is it wargled or a trap?
The Inquisition
I
taught me
tread
many
a path
things.
unexplored.
Oh, hello. Hello, Chaos Marine. The last gun batteries are depleted. These people fought to their last breath. Yeah, you just keep on patrolling, buddy. Yeah, hello, casual Chaos Marine. I do not want it to see me alone. The bodies are dressed in rags and armed with faulty weapons. You notice many handmade Aquilas and other symbols of faith.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
There.
Hello.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
We bear the word of truth.
Oh, put me in combat with everything. Okay. We love that for me. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Well, right, fair enough, I guess. That is something that I think you want to go and fight, yes?
My work, ye glorious
What?
scorn and honor its endeavor.
Just kicked me. What an asshole. Ouch.
Out of my way!
Yeah, good job.
Hero gives us strength.
I'll
Alright,
put my
listen,
psychic
you
abilities to
bitch.
use. But of course, Lord Captain.
You don't kick me.
Naturally. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. The Inquisition sends their regards. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
You BB.
One step closer. I need no guidance. I reject the very idea. I won't waste my time on
Well,
that.
if you would just hurry up.
I will triumph.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, I did that in the wrong order.
Let's see to it.
Ruin beckons. Purpose guides me.
You guys are gonna be such fodder for Heinrichs. It's crazy. Oh, they left. I was like, didn't he have people in front of him?
I will savor your delectable anguish. Behold, I'm done with you. With great... Behold! Don't distract me. Behold.
High momentum.
I hunger for battle.
Oh, I didn't need to do that either, but it's fine. I do that every time.
Succeeds. Wolves ready. That's worthy instrument.
High momentum.
I have read tomes.
Oh, that's a space
of
marine. No, no, no,
military-
no, girl, stop. Shit. Here, can you walk over here? Thank you.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty.
It's so hot. Oh my god. Jesus. That thing ain't fucking around.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Abelard, no. I really needed that not to happen. Alright, well,
The Emperor is on our
looks
side.
like we're gonna have to try to take this thing out in a turn.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Which I think is actually very easily doable. Since he's so fucking strong. Oh,
Naturally.
maybe not.
Holy terror, smite your enemies. Let's see to it. For the throne.
Alright.
I need a foothold. Alas, no.
No.
Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
How dare you kick my boyfriend?
One step closer. I need no guidance. I will not stoop to this. Ravage and conquer.
Damn it.
Whispers, guide my hand.
But of course. Let's see to it. More trouble than it's worth.
High momentum.
Oh, he's gonna eat. Hello.
Everyone, step aside.
Hello. He's so fucking strong.
Let's see to it. I'm done with this one.
Death to the weak.
Yeah, Heinrich just took out a Hell Brute, a Chaos Marine, and like 8 cultists in his own turn. Or wait, it was the turn that I granted him actually. I'm just gonna skip. Oh, there was escape. I didn't realize he was still alive, honestly. Don't worry. You're next.
Get me a target. For the throne's glory. Your reckoning is due.
Hello?
The Emperor is on our side.
I don't think, unfortunately, I'm gonna be able to get to him, though. Yeah.
I won't object to it.
But I can get you there, BB. Maybe.
Descend upon the weak.
God, that's so nice. Eh.
Holy terror, smite your enemies. But of course, nothing stands against me. I'm done with this one.
That was wrong. Anyway.
The world will bow.
Lady Cassia, is something troubling you?
Once again, you have read my mood like an open book, Master Van Calox. My eyes, oh, they still ache from the kaleidoscope of colors I see around me.
Stop flirting with each other in front of me. It's hurtful. I get it. You guys are special. You get to see things or whatever. What am I able to talk to this box? Tearing Vengeance. Boots of Decay. The former warehouse of the planet's defenders, the crates marked provisions are empty and the weapons are simple and of poor quality.
bitter taste of defeat. Triumphant as always.
As always, yes, yes. Never fails, ever. Just have to make sure that these are all just body parts. Oh, wait, no, there's a box here. I think that's it. The rest of it would just be like stuff to loot from bodies, I think. And for some reason you get no loot from Space Marines. Which sucks. Oh. The pulpit is almost intact. It was no doubt fiercely defended. Nearby lies the body of the preacher. It was from here that he recited his last prayer. That's a way to loot, I suppose. Okay. I think that might be it. Except for apparently this thing over here, whatever this is.
Intriguing.
Ooh. There's loot over here. Cleverly hidden. Can I go over here?
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Oh, there we go.
That was a problem for you.
Yes, I did. Okay. Alright, I think that's all of the side stuff. That is like rumors and stuff. Because can't get here. Can't do that one. That one got finished. That one got finished. That one got finished. I think that one got finished. I can pass by it on the way to make sure, but I'm pretty sure I did that one. It's just they're bugged and won't remove themselves from the map once I've done them. Which means it's time to go and speak to everyone on the bridge. Now that I've done everyone's side stuff. I still haven't run into Argenta's thing, though. She, like, asked me to go find a thing ages ago. Alright, Ulfar.
Let us raise our cups at Vater, in honor of deeds accomplished.
Nothing from her. Nothing from you. Don't think I'll have anything from Argenta either, because
Greetings.
I still haven't found her thing that I've had since, like, the beginning of the game. The Vox Spirits have anything to say? No. Alright, Marazai, what do you have to say to me? Anything of interest?
Rogue trader.
Oh. At the sight of you, Marazai cocks his head in an almost bird-like motion. I received a report that you were attacked by some creatures from the shadows.
I have some recollection. What is it to you?
I demand an explanation for one thing. What were they?
It was the mandrakes that I used to get you before. Creatures from the depths of Kamara. They thought they could ambush me here on this barge of yours. I taught them a painful lesson. I carved the symbol of Azuriesh on one's throat and hurled it back into the shadows to serve as a message to whoever dares to come for me the next time. If they come calling again, they'll be given the same welcome that I gave them before. So temper your fear. The mandrakes are only interested in getting to me, and I know how to deal with unwanted visitors.
There's something to discuss. Something for your ears only.
And what is it you want to talk about? I could
Let's
sense
go
your
have some
craving
fun.
the second you stepped onto the bridge. And I crave the same. Come.
I'm gonna go murder. The snake is still there. Is he in my ship forever now?
You're so receptive to everything I give you. One day I will mold you into a masterpiece of ecstasy.
Are you just always here now? I'm just fun with space. Apparently I dread space now? There's just always... I mean, I guess that's fair. Where else am I gonna put it? Oh. Wait. Is this stuff new? I don't remember. Ooh, have I been filling up my fucking room and I just never noticed? Because that definitely was not here before, I feel like. Oh, look at that little snake guy. I don't remember if that was here. I feel like it was. Besides it. I never actually take any time to look around the place because I just assumed it wouldn't change. But I think that this thing is definitely new. That was not there before. I don't think this was either.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks to rogue trader von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks on this occasion. I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources.
Enrix's face is frozen in an impenetrable mask as if he were looking at a stone statue, not a living man. You did what you had to do. Don't punish yourself.
You grant me too much mercy.
Everything Emelina said about Calcazar, should we be concerned about it?
It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies: Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical. Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier. The craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
What are you going to do now that this is done?
I will remain part of your retinue. That will not change. I will continue to accompany you until I receive orders to the contrary from the Lord Inquisitor, if ever. Who knows? Perhaps one day my journey will end like Emelina's, but that day is not today.
Okay. Me. Why is he so sad?
Lord Captain.
Alright, Nomos, you got anything for me? No. Why are there so many people on the bridge? I'm waiting for the day I accidentally click the option to tell somebody to leave. Adira, how are you? Not regretting your decision, are you?
Never been better, Lord Captain. No joke. As soon as I stopped fearing for my life, even the voices in my head quieted down. But don't get me wrong, they will come back. And one day I'll find myself in a situation I can't get out of. But for now, I'm fine. And it's all thanks to you.
I see. So you're an allegory for anxiety.
You know, I think it's pretty ironic that my gift lets me see the future, when thinking about the future is the thing I'll do anything to avoid. Substances of all kinds, jokes, stories about their good old days. I hide under them all like a blanket. As long as I don't poke my head out, everything will be okay. At least, that's what I thought. But I'm tired of living other people's stories. I want to tell my own. I don't know when or how mine will come to an end, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that somebody someday tells at least one decent story about Adira Tlass. And I can't think of a better way to do that than by standing shoulder to shoulder with you.
One story. Don't sell yourself short. You know I've already had enough adventures to fill a tome.
Then what are we waiting for? Get a scribe in here. We need to get all this down before we forget. But we have to make me more heroic and powerful so that I come out looking the best next to your other companions. What do you reckon? How many wastrels have we slaughtered? 1 million? Stuff that. Let's make it 2. Of course.
Okay. Enjoy your stories. Who said you could sit on my bridge? Your Liette is dead in the corner. Still prone. I wonder if I'm like, if I tell Heinrichs to...
What can I do for you?
Get rid of her.
By this declaration, if I understand correctly, you are stripping the Xenos of your protection as a rogue trader and delegating the fate of this enemy of humanity to the Holy Inquisition.
See to it that I never set eyes on her as Xenos again.
Thank you for facilitating this, Lord Captain. I will arrange and personally oversee the extraction of the Xenos from your crew without any casualties or damage to your vessel.
Yeah, she's dead. Like, I killed her ages ago. At least maybe now the game will recognize that. I guess it's time to go do story stuff then. As we have completed everything. So what do we have to do? Visit Dargonis for Wisterian? Oh yeah, I never did find my boots. Sure. Still don't have weapons. Oh, and apparently Foulstone needs me. Ugh. Oh, I'll get weapons. We love that. I literally need weapons to continue Dargonus, okay. Lord Captain, after the decompression of Lord Theodora's secret workshop on Kiavigama, an epidemic of mysterious tech leprosy has broken out. Augments mutate into distorted forms, killing their hosts and the machines. Even entire assembly halls break apart into fragments that devour each other, melting into grotesque and insane forms. The Omega-18 manufacturer, the epicenter of the epidemic, is cordoned off, but the disease will burst out of there sooner or later. What is known about this sickness? We have not faced anything like this before. The plague only affects mechanisms, forcing them to transform and lose all functionality. Nobody knows the nature of this disease and how it's found its way into Lady Theodora's secret workshop. It's possible that some secret research was being carried out there. Advisors? Opinions? Eradicating the infection is our highest priority, but to completely eradicate the Manufactorum epicenter would mean inflicting serious damage to our resource supply. This unit, I can propose another method of purging. However, the sacraments of the Omnissiah that are available to me cannot be revealed to the laity. I ask that you place your trust in me. I have suppressed 18 different epidemics aboard the flagship, and our officers have experience in setting up quarantines. We will send them to Kiavigama to lead the tech purgators squads. They will not return from the epicenter until the infection is eradicated and the preventive exclusion zone is taken down. Okay. Refugees from the Lost Manufactorum or Healer of Metal. Okay. I trust Pascal. Your request is accepted. I shall withdraw to perform the sacrament. The tech priests, armed with a mysterious device they assembled under the instructions of Pascal, have gone into the bowels of the manufactorum. What happened there is unknown. Reports speak of a blue and green flash that illuminated the manufactorum, and the epidemic subsided overnight. The distorted mechanism had been honorably melted down, and so were the bodies of the dead tech priests who carried the machines of the Magos Hanuman, as well as the burnt remains of the machine itself. Magos Pascal had refused to comment on his chosen method of purging, calling it a revelation of the Omnissiah that he himself could not comprehend before it left him. Many of the tech priests who had once maintained this manufactorum were left without a function and transferred to serve aboard the rogue trader ship. I need more phlogiston. Or I just get this one, because I do need weapons. Alright, we have to go to Foulstone. Janice, where is Foulstone? Yes, okay. Oh, we would have to go all the way around. So I think we just chart a course here. A psyker manifestation leading to the opening of a warp breach in the middle of one of your colonies. Wait for the breach to subside. Warp energies disfigure the earth and people in the area, having gathered their bloody harvest. The sorcerer's powers disappear without a trace. I needed to come here for that? I literally didn't have any other options. Okay, so we wanted to go to Dargonis for something. Where is Dargonis? Because this is, yeah, Foulstone. And this is Footfall. Janice. Dargonis is up here. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Lord Captain, a strange anomaly has been detected on Kiavagama. A series of orders defined as Procedure 0C pours itself into the production algorithms. The servants of the Omnissiah define its execution status as most sacred, and therefore follow its instructions impeccably. In just one cycle, cells were erected in all of the manufacturers, connected by cogitators, or more precisely, their computing channels. This network forms a pattern similar to those applied to the digital cells of machine spirits. The 0C procedure demands Magi with an above-average psi receptivity index to enter the cells. Those tech priests who have taken their seats in the cells fall into a blissful data dream, where they listen to the binaural hymns very similar to those that periodically whirred from the warp vox of Cubus Delphine. The performance of the manufacturers has dropped. Many of the machine god's servants have abandoned their posts and are pleading for the privilege to fulfill Procedure 0C. But the enforcers have taken custody of the cells and ward these volunteers away from them. What do we know about this procedure? Could it be part of the Delphine's legacy? We cannot trace the source of the signal that activated it or figure out what it means. The tech priests oppose the idea of researching the procedure as it violates the sacrament. Supposedly, the minds of the magos immersed in the cells are involved in some grand-scale computation. The servants of the Omnissiah have tested the cogitational network 7 times with purifying algorithms of varying degrees of severity, proclaiming it clean. Perhaps my advisors have a few words to share? These things need to be filled with high psi sensitivity tech priests? Sure, but why use our servants? Look on remote stations and outposts for those who are banished as unfit, and you will find 3 times as many more suitable candidates than in the manufacturers. Psi receptivity rarely goes hand in hand with high rationality, and such tech priests often end their careers in the wilderness. A signal seeming from nowhere that has the highest execution priority, a perfect weapon for capturing the planet. It should be anathematized, and I'm ready to summon a cadre of competent tech sorcerists from the Inquisition. Heinrichs, I'll be grateful to the Inquisition for the help with eliminating the procedure. I'm familiar with the gifts of the Omnissiah and have prepared several specialists for the Lord Inquisitor's retinue. There will not be any problems. Execution of the poorly understood Procedure 0C was forbidden. In their efforts to root out its directives and remove the Magi from the chambers, the rogue trader's servants faced resistance, resulting in bloodshed and death. However, the tech sorcerers of the Inquisition who arrived on the planet tempered the anger of the Omnissiah's servants by confirming the legitimacy of the Lord Captain's actions. Yes, we want to get to Dargonis. Oh. Wait, what? Am I dumb? Like... Isn't that a line that goes there? Or was it... Oh yeah, it might have been here, actually. I think I made that mistake last time, too. I keep thinking it's from here, but it's not. It goes under it somehow. Wait. Oh, okay. I am under Dargonis. I was like, did I go too far? Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivestem will take care of everything. This is ridiculous. Such a thing happening right here in the Rogue Trader's Palace. Why is there always dead people everywhere I go? You are confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in the clothing typical of the Dragonist nobility. Upon seeing you, the young enforcer stands at attention and swallows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Lord, your ladyship, we're honored by your presence." The bodies of the assailants are studded with many augmetics, but upon closer inspection you realize that they are not merely implants. Their construction makes it clear that the deceased were not humans, but in fact rare, high-functioning servitors. Abelard frowns. As far as I know, House Gabrick has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gifts in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. What is this mess? You see, your ladyship, those people wanted to attack... Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Elam Waite, reporting. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the Rogue Trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Where is the Court Chancellor, Clementia Rosarian? I think she's with the rest of House Rosarian, detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivestem has gathered all the Dragonist nobility here to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Rosarian. Why is the governor not here to greet me? I don't know, your ladyship. Perhaps he's... you could probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put the Rosarians on trial. Get out of my way. Ooh, awareness.
Predictable.
There was a crumpled up letter in the inside pocket of the assailant's bloody jacket. Okay, but what did it say? Oh, I got the letter. Okay, I was about to say, you can't do that without telling me what it says. The text is soaked with blood. Only a portion of the text is readable through the crimson blotches. Painful and discreet. Keep away from the lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time and let the Wassarians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader.
Embrace true power.
Everything better be okay. We stan.
I knew Monkey was stupid, but traveling between the stars through the domain of Silent Thresh, I cannot imagine a worse kind of madness.
In the storms of the warp, we rely on the light of the God Emperor. Unholy Xenos are incapable of understanding true faith.
I mean, I feel like Marazai isn't wrong in this one case. Let me through. I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Wassarian. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivestom's orders. This is ridiculous. I shall complain. Move over. Let her ladyship the rogue trader through. I humbly beg your pardon, your ladyship. Your ladyship, please, this way. Your ladyship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drivestom seems to materialize out of thin air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader visit to the capital. Clementia tries to take a step toward you, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your ladyship, you're here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then replies, a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I am sure that her ladyship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges against House Wassarian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminals have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the Administratum's attention. An esteemed member of the Adeptus Arbitus is expected to arrive on Dargonis shortly, and before they do, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Clementia, I was to hear your account. Your ladyship, House Wassarian denies all charges laid against it. Clementia glances at the governor with defiance. These last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonis, but we've done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened on Dargonis in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dargonis was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was the sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments, then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling amongst themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by I am ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your ladyship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers and takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of your house, Kunrad Voigtveer. Not all your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the Trade Protectorate. Drivestim stops talking, watching you with a tense expression. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Wissarians. Why are there dead bodies at the entrance of my palace? Your ladyship, I humbly beg your pardon. Drivestim bows once again, trying to placate you. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered in a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Drivestim, you aren't accusing one of Dargonis' leading noble houses of treason without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your ladyship. The investigation has established that members of the Wissarian family, which is responsible for both Dargonis' fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly but avoids meeting your eyes. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. How convenient that it's your son that discovered this. A very unbiased investigation that went on here, The investigation led us to the perpetrators who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Wissarian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of rogue trader to the true heir. This young man is shrouded in a mist of gray and blue, sickly shadows of fear fluttering around him. Cassia speaks so quietly that only you can hear her. Do you support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats in attendance exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gazes and the noble ladies hiding behind the fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Over his many years of service, Governor Drivestim earned Theodora's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. Sarbuck's tone is stern and imperious. On behalf of House Sarbuck, I support his accusations. My apologies, your ladyship, but I wish to speak too. Regina looks into your eyes with a tender half-smile, then turns gaze to her husband. Of course I agree with my husband. Governor Drivestim would not press charges against anyone if he were not absolutely certain of the authenticity of the evidence he had unearthed. I think anyone here would agree that anyone who ever doubts the authority of the true rogue traders should be persecuted. I'm sure, your ladyship, that you will eradicate the scourge of heresy from your domain. Yeah, absolutely. Regina bows to you deferentially while maintaining eye contact with you. Your ladyship, Governor Drivestim has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valencius and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty. And so, House Gaprick thinks his charges against House Wessaria to be sound. The Augmetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in the Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracies. I wish to learn more before making my final decision. As you wish, your ladyship. The governor inclines his head in a stiff bow. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain that all charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare. Alright, Gaprack. What do you have to say? The lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in the colors of House Gaprick, are standing in a half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. The bodies and faces of almost every member of this dynasty is covered in large, ornate augmetics. Toriana Gaprick curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your ladyship. May the Omnissiah grant your understanding. With a click, her visor ocular swivel to the seneschal. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. The verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Do you think the accusations against the Osarian family are true? I would not take such a responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your ladyship. I do think Governor Drivestam's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. In your opinion, which nobles might have a reason to be party to such a conspiracy? She thinks for several moments before responding. Pardon my bluntness, your ladyship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I don't have any evidence to support this, but I'm pretty sure that it's the Sarbucks, because they've been given the most screen time in terms of like I believe it was Sarbuck, the male one, that it was either him or it was Drivestam who, when I asked, I was like, so are you doing this for me or are you doing this for you? Everybody like giggled like it was obvious that I called him out on being selfish. And his wife very obviously wants him out of the picture so that she can become the leader of the family. So I think she either orchestrated it or like nudged him in the direction without him fully knowing what was going on. That would be my guess as to what's happening here, without any evidence to support my claim. I have examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by family close to the Adeptus Mechanicus, isn't that so? It is impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed, whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here ourselves, and without any servitors, we know nothing about it. Your ladyship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah, but today none of our house members were accompanied by them. I found this note on the body of one of the attackers. Have any thoughts about it? Toriana's mechanical fingers grip the paper. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue trader, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapcricks. I assume that this is what the Rosarians intended to happen, but they did not expect that the servitors would have this letter on them. Why would you need to give a letter to a servitor? They're like lobotomized, aren't they? Would they be able to read? I want to talk to the Starbucks last. I think they'll have like the most interesting things to say about this. I want to go talk to the mayor. You there, idiot. What do you have to say? Governor Drivestam is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and the striking physical resemblance among them suggest that they all come from one family. Your ladyship, thank you for giving this case your undivided attention. The governor bows and the rest hasten to follow suit. I wish to hear your reasoning again. What makes you think that the Rosarians are behind the plot against me? As soon as the logistical and economic problems gave rise to the initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Voigtvir's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. You can thank my son, Cornelius, for such astute observations. Your ladyship? A slender young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. I.e., don't look at me, I'm lying on my father's behalf. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is also thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries who admitted to acting on the orders of House Viserion. Hey, Enzi. What do you make of this letter? I found it on one of the assailants. Governor Drivestem peers closely at the bloodstained paper. It looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Viserion. Perhaps they truly did not intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. All of the assailants were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families cloaked to the Adeptus Mechanicus. High-functioning servitors? Drivestem ponders this, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Graproks do have them in their service, but this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confuse you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Tell me more about your son. Thank you for your interest, your ladyship, but I am not worthy of it. The governor's son bows and stands still as he nervously stares down at the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your ladyship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Heinrich narrows his eyes and, glancing at you, shakes his head. Tell me more about your job, Cornelius. What do you do? I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dargonus. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative processes of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but it's clearly hard for him to do. How did you manage to find the forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancy in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I have managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that the discrepancies were caused by internal tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Viserion. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from the logistical and economic problems. But does House Viserion have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There's no conceivable way they could do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Cornelius, why are you so nervous? The young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. He is afraid. Yes. There's enough fear in this run to feed a small squad. The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes, now sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? Are you afraid to talk to me? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable speaking to an interrogator of the Inquisition. It would be my pleasure to speak to the esteemed Cornelius Drivestem, in private, for his father's peace of mind. No, please not that. Yes, I have something to say I omitted before. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. The lie is that all the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. What? Urbrand looks... Okay, it wasn't as bad as it looked. He made a mistake and tried to blame it on somebody else. Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines, and then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Wasarians were responsible for the mistake, and as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all, and... Cornelius is suffocating with fear, unable to speak. Urban curls his hand into fists, the knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your ladyship. He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son and have failed you in doing so. I beg you have mercy. Abelard shakes his head. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Warsarian can now be cleared of all charges. But we still do not know who was behind the forgeries, the riots, the plot, and the assassination attempt. Someone is committing their foul deeds and sowing chaos right under your subjects' nose. To leave the stone unturned would be dangerous. I hereby sentence you to death immediately. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return I would name the Wasarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That and keep my mouth shut. Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. I'll try to find some compassion for him in my heart, although there isn't much left of it, so don't hold your breath. Thank you, your ladyship. The governor bows low, then gives the son a look of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you will be resigned to a role requiring less responsibility. I shall return to you later. I still have other people to talk to. Like, I'll talk to the Rosarians next. As you draw closer, the wardens step aside, bowing respectfully, allowing you to approach the Rosarian family. Clementia, tired and slightly disheveled, is the first to bow her head to you in deference. Several men and women behind follow Your ladyship, the woman stammers as if lost for words. Accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak to me before making your final decision. The charges brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you of this and swear on my own honor. We are not guilty of the crimes that House Wasarian is being accused of. Clementia. A hint of sorrow creeps into Abelard's voice, belying his stern facade. You were acting head of this family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member, and now you are being accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? I love how he knows full well. The game was not expecting me to learn this already. Are you truly guilty? Be honest. I will not tolerate lies. I don't know why I gave myself an accent. Clementia, if you know that a member of your family is guilty of the crimes you are being accused of. Abelard, it is your family too, you know. The woman's words burn with defiance. My apologies, I should not have lost my composure. No member of House Wasarian is involved in a conspiracy against her ladyship. Honor and loyalty are not something we take lightly, and we know whom we serve. The governor claims you forged documents in the Administratum. The fleet is the primary remnant of House Wasarian. It is our responsibility. Logistics and supply routes are another area of our responsibility. We have no direct influence on the inner workings of the Adeptive Administratum. The first large-scale deliveries were cancelled after quantities of food were miscalculated by clerks in the Administratum. Then we were faced with incorrect weather data and a meager fuel budget. It was clear that the cause of all these problems was the calculations performed by the Administratum, in one way or another. But no matter how many times we asked, we could not ever obtain any clarification on the matter. I found this letter on one of the bodies of the heretics who planned the attack. Can you tell me about it? While Clementia reads the letter, the Wissarians behind her read it over her shoulder. Your ladyship, let me be frank. It would be foolish of me to try to orchestrate something like this, knowing how many wardens are patrolling your palace. I would not have let myself or anyone in my family get involved in such a scheme. The attackers were high-functioning servitors, ones that looked closer to ordinary humans. Do you know anything about them? Servitors, is that so? Clementia crosses her arms and furrows her brow deep in thought. I haven't encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gabrick. If you're not guilty, then who is? Who stands to gain from framing you? Anyone, really, Clementia replies with a bitter laugh. The other houses consider us unworthy of our position, and many would jump at the chance to get rid of us and gain control over what was once our domain. The planet's fleet and logistics at the very least. Lady Theodora chose to grant noble status to House Worsarian, but the other houses, which have served in the Expanse for millennia, do not welcome the decision. It has led to some difficulties. I want to find out what is going on here and who the real mastermind behind all this is. Where should I start? I'm afraid I cannot help. Talk to the representatives of the other houses, eavesdrops on their retinue. Perhaps you'll hear something unusual. Okay, and then last but not least, Sourbeck. Before bowing, Sourbeck scrutinizes you with a bitter, judgmental look. Your ladyship. Hedka Sourbeck, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at a slight distance close to his mother. An expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius' wife, Regina Sourbeck. The Sourbeck patriarch's eyes are trained upon Mara's eye. It seems as if the air itself has grown heavy. With visible effort, Sourbeck turns his gaze back to you. Your ladyship. Sorry, I expected it to be... Your ladyship, I am delighted that you have chosen to grace us with your attention. Do you really believe the Wissarians are guilty? Certainly, Sourbeck replies without hesitation. Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that the Wissarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway? It is so ill-prepared for treachery. If it is so ill-prepared for treachery. He addresses Abelard with a slight mocking tone. My advice to House Wissarian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. I cannot remember Celine von Valencia seeking your advice on what House Wissarian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. Who, apart from the Wissarians, could have a motive to conspire against me? House Drivestem, wishing to expand their clout. House Goprak, who lost their influence after the Kiava Gamma incident. Sourbeck looks back at his family and then turns to you again. House Sourbeck, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have reason to conspire against you, and equally they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you. So whose sincerity do you doubt? Oh. Despite Sourbeck's attempts to suppress his revulsion, the presence of inhumans in your retinue undoubtedly reflect his fervent desire to eliminate the enemies of humanity. I always want to say of the humanity. Do my companions distress you, Sourbeck? Sourbeck's face turns red, his furious gaze trained upon you. Free-flowing rage boils in every word he says. The rogue trader is the chosen servant of the Emperor and one of humanity's best. By surrounding yourself with depraved Xenos who scorn every exceptionalism of humankind, you teeter on the brink of heresy, and no privilege granted by the Emperor can blind others to that fact. The thought of existing in the same sector as Xenos is revolting, but their presence in your retinue here, in the capital city of the Von Valencia's trade dynasty, enrages me. To have Xenos sullying the streets of this planet after what we have endured, and on the protection of the rogue trader, no less. Sarabuk takes a deep breath and exhales noisily, his rage subside. Oh, it said Regina, but anyway, his rage subsides. I was surprised that came from her because she's usually more controlled than that. So maybe that was supposed to be him. His rage subsides, but his burning gaze remains fixed on you. With a pained and distressed expression, Regina glances at her husband, her hands worrying the ruffles of her dress. I'm honored, Lady Sarabuk. Noticing your gesture, Regina readily extends her delicate hand, her nails long and manicured. Why, how kind of you to say, your ladyship. Burning eyes fixate on you. Sarabuk straightens and leans forward, trying to practically occupy the space between you and his wife. And against the doom and gloom of current events and your husband's dour family, you look especially dazzling today, Regina. A flirtatious spark flares in the beautiful lady's eyes. Really, your ladyship? I'm glad to hear this of the rogue trader, especially today. Macarius almost barks each word, striking like a hammer against metal. Regina, step away from her ladyship. Regina's high voice almost breaks into a shriek. She interrupts her husband, resorting defiantly and disobediently. Oh, throne preserve you, Macarius. Stop being so jealous and making a scene over nothing, just because a crude blockhead like you lacks the refinement and courtesy of Celine Whitetail von Valencius. Regina's voice drops to a whisper so that only you can hear her. His bile poisons the air around him wherever he goes. Once he gets something into his head, he hairs off to remove the heads of others, just to prove that he is in the right. Your unveiled hatred for me is so obvious, Sarabuk. Is it grounds enough to charge you with heresy? I am hearing this from you, the Emperor's servant who flouts all that is sacred, the person who seems to think the laws of the Imperium are meaningless. Marcius, now is a time when you would do well to stop and not make matters worse for yourself. The assailants sent to the palace were rare, high-functioning servitors. Do you think the Caprix could be behind this attack? Sarabuk looks away briefly and replies to you with a curt laugh. I've always thought Toriana too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. I thought I would get more from him than that. Well, I'm ready to pass my verdict. I'm going to take your son's head for lying to me because we do not entertain liars anymore. I've had enough. Many faces are watching you, each and every one awaiting the rogue trader. His verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Drivestrom were fabricated. House Versarian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader, and yet this matter is far from concluded. A wave of shocked murmuring sweeps through the gathered nobles, then quickly gives way to oppressive silence, not so much as a whisper. What? I don't even have an option? Not as so much as a whisper interrupts your speech. House Sarabuk, guilty. The head of your family has never tried to hide his attitude toward me. That is more than enough to convict him. I will not go against your despicable verdict. I will accept it. House Sarabuk has never given you any reason to doubt our loyalty, and thus I will accept death with pride, for there is more honor in that than in serving the likes of you. He raises his chin defiantly. It seems as if something suddenly looking down on you from a great height. Regina takes a breath to say something, but stops at the last moment. Her beautiful face does not express anything but frosty resignation. Where is this coming from? I didn't even have an option for, like, anything. A shadow falls across Abelard's face. His tone is unwavering, but you hear the soft ring of regret in it. The noble dynasty and all its branches have been found guilty of heresy. By the order of the traitor, the entire house will be executed. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. What? Huh? Why is this happening? Why this? I don't understand what. Why? Why did I have no option? When the nobles disperse, sated by the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, a step firm, Lord Captain. You have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters that her servants and trustees can resolve. But in this case, your intervention was necessary, not for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. The Sarbucks were one of the first families to come to the Expanse. But what? But why? They have served the Emperor for hundreds of years and have never shown any sign of disloyalty, at least none recorded in any official sources. It is quite regrettable that their noble line is ended in such a manner. Thanks to you, Lord Captain, House Rosarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without and imprudence within. Abelard pauses for a moment, staring off into the distance. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure that they survive in the future without me. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened and the role I played in it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later, when we are back aboard your ship. Abelard bows to you deferentially and turns away, lost in thought. Huh? How long ago did we save? Like before we even came into this system. Alright, well, I guess so. Hi, Rex, you're over here by yourself because your friend's dead. Oh, where's Marzai? Is he even here? Or, like, Ulfar? I'm so confused as to why I literally only had one option. And it seemed totally out of left field? I don't understand. I don't understand. As usual. I am utterly confused. I don't. Oh, he is here. What are you doing? I remember when this place looked different, burning, agonizing, drowning in blood. I preferred it that way. Let me know if you would like to see it restored to its former luster. Shut the fuck up, I hate you. Let me know if you want me to kill everyone here again, like I did last time, remember, before I abducted you. I think you mean right before I beat your ass. If you recall. That was a weird ending to that. Oh, I didn't mean to go there. I wanted to go on the bridge because I need to talk to Abelard.
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Viserians would be so vulnerable, while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain herself, far from home. To tell you the truth, Lord Captain, this whole situation has got me thinking. As patriarch of the Viserian family, I have a responsibility to my bloodline. Yes, it is my duty to serve as seneschal to the rogue trader, and I have no intention of relinquishing that role if you find my service as satisfactory as did Lady Theodora. However, if I could be more involved in my family's affairs and still serve the von Valancius dynasty.
What do you want? Tell me plainly.
Under Lady Theodora, I served as steward of the Trade Protectorate on more than one occasion. In that capacity, I was based on Dargonus, rather than traveling with the rogue trader on the flagship. If it would be possible, after the immediate need for my presence is over, I would like to return to that position. To oversee the Trade Protectorate on the capital world, while at the same time presiding over the Viserian family and using my authority to help elevate it.
No. He wants to leave me. The only loyal man I had. Okay. I understand your desire. Traditions and old ways must change. I will allow you to return to Dargonus after the immediate crisis in the Expanse is past.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Wait, what do you mean find the culprit? What could I have done different? Fuck.
Lord Captain.
Damn it. But it's so long, I don't want to go back and do it again. It was fucking an hour ago. I don't know. I guess we will head ourselves to Footfall, and that will be where we will continue Friday. So I think that's it, right? Yeah. And I will never find my shoes. My shoes gone forever. I think I can safely travel this way. Yeah, I have to do this 80 million times. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. That's not what they wanted. I was like, if you make me do this again, I'm gonna kill you. Are you fucking serious? Where is Janice? Okay, it's here. That's fine. I was like, if I just got here... Dargonis cries for help, Lord Captain. I literally was there 5 minutes ago. How could they possibly need something? Riots over the interpretation of scriptures have broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the ecclesiarchy began raiding in the minor cults, attempting to force upon them the correct adherence to the creed. The commoners whisper of oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy pastors have assumed the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Cipian hive, since the Foreman clan has promised protection and support. It is even said that the Foreman supply the rebels with weapons, converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The enforcers and the agents of the ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the rebels so far, but division grows wider by the day. Why are the Foremen involved in this as well? A great question, Lord Captain. This group often comes up in the reports from the capital world. I can assume that this is in due part to the fact that their now ruined home, Cipion. They used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers there have been preaching much about the importance of work and the labor community's familial unity. But they mention very little about the importance of order and hierarchy. They have granted their congregation a form of faith, and that is as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes. And now they seem to think that the priests who are swimming in luxury want to take this away from them. Is there any reason to believe that the disturbances are inspired by heretics? Thankfully, no, your ladyship. The rebels' zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of Planetary God with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attempt prayer service. The Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous vows, and has discovered 2 large, successfully operating cells. Our agents are quite confident that the likelihood of infiltration by agents from the cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than any other segments of the population. I would like to hear what my advisors have to say. Small deviances in the creed to give birth to large ones, and the large ones to heresy. The basis of our belief lies in the absolute trust of those above us, and if their beliefs push them toward revolt, that means that these tenets have been wicked from the very beginning. But it does not make the priests wicked. They could simply have been misguided. Pass them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education, so that they may see the truth and guarantee their flock's obedience. Okay. Detain the priests of these troublemakers and send them to be re-educated. Good. The hostages will keep their flock from making rash decisions. The enforcers firmly dispersed the crowd with shock batons and choke gas. They burst into the chapels of the condemned cults, beat the acolytes, smashed any sacred symbols deemed unorthodox, and smothered the dangerous embers of spiritual disunion looming over the planet. The relics that were not an affront to the God Emperor were confiscated. The disobedient pastors were shackled and brought into the sanctuaries of the ecclesiarchy to learn the true meaning of the creed through humility and obedience. Their flock, intimidated by unspoken threats of violent reprisals against their spiritual leaders, have since calmed down. Great. Okay, so Loyalist garb and 21 people. Whenever the wearer attacks a target and around them with a ranged weapon. Ooh, and 20,000 Kazbelika. Woe Bringer. Two-handed melee. It's a Drakari weapon. But I lose profit factor. 21 people, though. I think I'm gonna go with the people. Okay, over to Janice. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna kill you guys. Like, actually. No more help. Alright, we're gonna park over here then, because I would stay a little longer to complete these things, but I do have D&D and I need to grab myself some lunch before I start. So I, unfortunately, will not be able to get over to where I wanted to. But that's okay. Alright. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending your time with me. I appreciate it so very much. Thank you to Cordell Tomcat for the follow offline. Thank you. All right. Not a lot of rambling to do today. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending your time with me. I stream every single day, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. EST here on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, join the community Discord, all those places to let you know when and where I go live. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. If I do not see you tomorrow, have a wonderful Thursday and a good rest of your week. We're going to be raiding out to Aircy, who just started her stream, as she is currently working on my autumn model. Model art. So go and support her. She's great. Thanks, everybody. I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Mwah. Mwah.